Hello, hello. Hello everyone, welcome to another live stream with me, 320 Sim Pilot. I hope you're doing very well. Sorry about that. Just making sure the audio is set right. We are running in X-Plane 12 today, so it is a different setup for me, so forgive me for a few, I'm sure, technical errors. In fact, there'll be probably more than a few, so thank you for your patience with those. But welcome to another live stream. Thank you for joining us Sunday afternoon. I was hoping to stream today, but I wasn't sure, so sorry for the late notice. But here we are in the 747-200. Not something we've seen for a while. It is an aircraft in X-Plane 12. Like I say, this is the Fearless 747-200. And it is quite a remarkable add-on and a remarkable machine. I've recently acquired a new model of a 747, not quite this one, but pretty close. So I was inspired to pick it up again in my sort of journey of relearning X-Plane 12, which is something I wanted to do for a while. So so today is the day we're going to try that. So you have to forgive me. We are on VATSIM, so you are welcome to fly along. The route is at the top of the chat if anyone would like to do that. We are going to be taking this for a flight from here in Houston for a hop. I say hop, it's still a fair old flight. We've got at least 3 hours in the air for a flight down to Los Angeles, LAX. This is a really, really cool aeroplane, and it's something that we don't get to see a lot of. We haven't got one yet in Microsoft Flight Simulator, so that's why we're here in X-Plane. But it's also good for us to check out X-Plane 12. This is all default X-Plane aside from the add-on, and I've got a couple of plugins now just to help us out for the stream today. But there you go. I think Fearless has done a fantastic job. If you look at the external modelling on this aircraft, not only does it look great with all the right bits in the right place, but the texturing is really lovely as well. You've got the grime, the grease, the oil. Another thing about this add-on that I really, really appreciate is obviously it has all the systems depth you would expect from a proper add-on, but it also has some of the best ground handling I've ever felt. I currently fly the aircraft that replaced this, the 777, and I fly both the 200 and 300 versions of that. And the 300 is a bigger aeroplane than this, if you can believe that. It's got a similar wingspan, although I think it's slightly wider wingspan, perhaps, similar to the 400, 747-400. But this is a heavy aeroplane, but it's not much heavier than a 777-300ER is. So it's, to my sense, a comparable size aircraft to be taxiing around. And this is the best handling aircraft on the ground that I've seen for, if ever, maybe. It's really, really quite great. So anyway, we're going to get it started. We're going to do cold and dark. We're not going to take it too easy. I do have the FMS installed, and the reason for that is we're on VATSIM, and I want to be able to fly the SIDS and stars. I have done videos on this in the past with the INS system, but we'll talk about that later. But it would just be a real nuisance trying to fly around the modern airways with it whilst on VATSIM. That would be sort of something to do offline. So there we go. This, by the way, default scenery for the airport at Houston. I think it looks really not too bad, actually, especially when it comes to the ground markings and the stands and so on. Anyway, we're flying with TWA, a very old airline from 1930. They started up, and we'll talk about them once we're en route. We'll also talk about the history of the 747 once we're en route as well. So jumping quickly into the chat before we get going, Dougal McTavish, thanks so much for coming along. I hope you're doing very well. And Dougal says the only 74 that Dougal's been in was a 747-200. So there you go, fantastic. Vuti, great to see you. Richard V, thanks for coming along as well. We've got lots of regulars in the house today. Wild Womble, thank you for coming and moderating along with Richard and Dougal. Really, really great to see you come along. Ryan Jackson, that's very kind. Thanks very much. We did indeed reach 100k. I still can't really believe it, but there we go. I should probably check the chat sooner to make sure that the audio is working. Who else have we got? Dr. Dilkington, I hope you're doing well. Thanks for coming along. Crash Ed, I hope you're doing very well. Joining a bit later on. Yes, we're slightly early today, but it's a slightly longer flight, so there'll be plenty of time to chat. Simply Tom, good to see you. I hope you're doing well as well. Guava, Jelly, Jared, Lloyd, Lang, and Swappy, good to see you. It's been a while indeed. I hope you're doing very well, Swappy. Wow, this is a real blast from the past, isn't it? We're back in X-Plane. We've got all the names here. This is great. So thank you all for coming along. Tom Nichols, good to see you. And Lauren V, of course, thanks for coming along and moderating. Lauren says this route might actually work with conventional navigation. J Airways are conventional, and there are usually some conventional or vector departures that can be done in FAA land. So it could be possible. We could certainly have a look and back it up with the RadNavs, but I'll have the FMS in the background anyway. We've done it on the streams before. It's hard work. It's definitely achievable. It's very hard work single pilot, but I am not super familiar with the 747-200, so we're going to focus on the airplane itself today. But there we go. Let us now jump in and get the airplane powered up, and this is where the fun really begins, because it is not something I've done for a while, and this is a 3-crew airplane. We don't often fly 3-crew airplanes on this channel, so let's jump in and begin the suffering. So as we see, we have a very old school cockpit in here. Again, really nicely modeled. You'll see with X-Plane 12, if you're coming from Microsoft Flight Simulator, like most of my viewers probably are, although I know a lot of our stream viewers are probably familiar with X-Plane, but you'll see that the textures are nice. It isn't as graphically capable as Microsoft Flight Simulator. There's no way around it. You'll see there's just a few more rough edges, a few more rough polygons, but the overall effect, and especially the clouds, they have updated the clouds in X-Plane 12 recently, and the clouds lighting, and in particular the rain, whenever it rains in X-Plane 12, it looks fantastic. But you'll see that it is actually coming together in quite a nice way, and it makes for a very satisfying simulator experience. And the cockpit, to me, looks absolutely great. But you do have this lighting where it suddenly goes very dim, depending on where the clouds are passing overhead. So you do have to watch out for that. But we'll get the lights on in the cockpit, so it's all very clear. Alex Jordan says the best variant of the 747. Yes, hugely popular, hugely popular. Boeing 777 Air Canada fan, thanks for coming along. Good to see you here as well. So let us start off. And what I'm going to do is, I don't know how many of you have the Fearless 747, but you've got down here the EFB. We can connect our ground service, and you can run checklists. So these checklists will actually tell you what you have missed, which is really, it's a really great feature, and I'm going to be leaning heavily on it. So what I'm going to start off by doing is just getting the airplane powered up as best we can. So let me go over to the flight engineers panel, and this is where it really starts to sink in what a challenge we've taken on. This is not as difficult as Concorde. It just isn't. Almost nothing is. But it's still a challenge. So you can see here that we have AC connected. The AC external power 1 and 2 are connected. They're lit up and available. So I can provide power to the airplane just by closing these circuit breakers. No, I just heard the parking brake release. I don't want that one. Yes, I want it set. Thank you very much. Yeah, so there we go. So now the AC connections are on, and you'll see the airplane has magically sprung to life, which is what we would hope. And we've got some lights in the cockpit now, so we can actually see what we're doing. What we can also do now is check that we have the split breaker system open, so that's absolutely fine, but we're going to need to provide the battery power, and I'm going to put standby power to normal. Without those things, it just won't work otherwise. While we're here, I'm going to look at the fuel panel down here. We've got 12 tons in the number 1 tank, 13 and a bit tons in number 2, nothing in the center. Number 3 is 13 and a bit, number 4 is 12, and then we have 4 reserves, 1.7 as 1 reserve. So you'll see that this is something that is gone from modern aircraft. This is a very old fuel system. The 747 had a complicated fuel system, but they don't do this anymore. They tend to just have 2 or 3 tanks, and it's all automated, of course. This was great when you wanted to balance things, but they don't need to do this anymore, and they try and keep it as simple as possible in the case of any leaks. Hayden, good to see you. Thanks for coming along. So yeah, it's yeah, there you go. That scene in Airplane where the camera pans and pans over the panel. Yes, that is pretty much what this aircraft is like. That you spend some time in it and it starts to make sense. So all you've got down here is the fuel gauges and the fuel pumps. Then you've got up here the fuel used indicators, the fuel temperature. You know, it all looks a lot more scary than it actually is, really. And you can actually select the temperature of the different tanks, which is pretty cool. Then you've got more things going on up here, which we'll get to as we go through setting up the airplane. You've got things like the air. So this is electricity over here on the left side, and actually this panel is as well here. A lot of electricity. So is this. This is the APU up in the top left. This is all air temperatures, and this is all the bleeds and the air conditioning packs and the pressurization down here. Over here we have the hydraulics panel, and up here we have things like the fire detection system. You've got more and more. You've got warning lights for the anti-skids. You've got the door indicators up here, of which there are a lot of doors on this aircraft. You'll see that. It's got quite a ridiculous amount, and lots of warning lights and so on. So, you know, it's not terrible. Oh, these are all the engine displays. Because, of course, you forget how much information we actually get out of electronic engine displays so easily these days. So all you've got here is EPR, N1, EGT, and fuel flow. Why we had to have EPR, I don't know. This is a Pratt & Whitney powered airplane. I was really hoping it wouldn't be EPR, but it is. So we'll ignore the EPR gauges and look at N1 most of the time. And over here you have everything else, like your oil quantity, N2, oil temperature, pressure. So let's just check this. We do actually have enough oil quantity for all of our engines, which is good news. Crew Rest there. Hey, fellow Real World 7778 pilot and also Flight Simmer here. I like your vids. I appreciate your work. That's great to hear. Thanks very much. It's always great to hear that someone who does the same thing doesn't dislike my videos, because of course that's the highest judge you'll get. So yeah, thank you very much. Right, what we're going to do is just make sure that we're set up sensibly at the front. So gear lever is down, thrust levers are at idle, the parking brake is set, despite what our pilot sort of went through a little process there. Yeah, we're in pretty good shape. The overhead panel is relatively uncomplicated as a result of the fact that everything's on the flight engineers panel. Oh, turn the wipers off. So what I'm going to do is arm the emergency lights so that passengers have those in case of any problems there. And I'm going to align the IRSs. But before I do that, I'm going to actually swap over to APU power. So to get APU power going, let's see if I can get this right. I'm going to put the switch to on, wait for the APU door to open, and we'll see that is all animated. Oh, all our trucks have left. So we should probably close the doors, and then we go to start, and you'll see it rise pretty quickly. APU pretty quick to start, very powerful in this airplane. Ada Jordan says, why don't you fly with the INS? So we have flown with the INS. It's just going to be I don't really want to fly around on the SIDS and stars on the airways using the INS on this one today. We can do it for another flight later. I mean, if I'd spent more time setting up, this is a bit of a last minute stream, and if I had all the coordinates ready to go, we could have done it. But it's quite a lot of watching me type coordinates into a box. So I thought it would be better to do it this way around, but there we go. Good. So what I'm going to do now, let's just think this through, is I'm going to provide some bleed air, which won't do a lot, but it will provide pressure into the bleed air system, which we can see over here. But the air conditioning packs are off for now. I can also provide some fans to get some air flowing around the airplane. We'll leave the galley bus power off for now, and we can move over to the auxiliary power. So this is now going from ground power outside to the power of the APU, which is a good way to do it so you don't forget later. You notice that this system has transferred over into the 737 that you still see today on 737 NGs, as we saw in my last stream. I have to close these though. It's called close. You're closing the circuit, you're closing the contact. So close that, close that, close that, close that. And now it's tripped off from the external power, so those are no longer in use, and we're running on the APU generator. We can actually see the different that's the DC meters. Where's the AC meter? Oh, okay, the AC amps. There you go, showing what's how much is being used. Quite a lot, as you would imagine. Good. Let me now. I'm just trying to desperately think through everything we need to do. So now we're going to align the IRSs by putting them to nav, because of course we're going to use those once we set up our FMS. Ebos, good to see you. Ebos says, compared to the triple, this flight deck must feel petite. Good flight, and captain and crew. Yes, it's. I've heard from pilots who've flown 747s that the flight deck does feel small compared to even the 777, and the 777 doesn't have the biggest flight deck ever. But yeah, it is a bit bigger than this. So what we can do, let me just run through. There's a great manual from the Felis. So I'm just going to assume that the aircraft was set up safely, and now what I'm going to do is put on the Zone 1 recirc fan as well. Let's see if we can find that. I'm going to rely on you all helping me here as well, because it is nothing is very, very obvious. You do slowly get used to it. Oh, there's the AC bus. So I won't do that again. You've got to be so careful. One button and you can just knock out all the electrics on this airplane. Where is the, specifically in the one recirc fan? There we go, recirc fan 1 on. There we go. So we're getting some airflow in the cockpit, which will be very appreciated, I'm sure. It's usually the first thing you get asked boarding an airplane, to either cool it down or heat it up by the passengers and crew. Right, let's go to... There's a lot of checking switches and guards are closed. Yeah. So what a lot of setting up this airplane involves, it's actually based around checking things work. So you open and close cross feeds and so on to make sure they work. Again, something we don't really do these days because we tend to, the airplane tends to self-test these things. What I do want to do is just set the aircraft weight correctly. We've got a weight gauge down here. So we've got 54.9 tons of fuel on board, which gives us 275.8. If we look at our little tablet, I can go to the payload. So we should have a zero fuel weight of 220.8. So let's get this right. $220.8, and we have fuel on board total of 54.9. So 275.7. So yeah, that's correct. We have a sensible amount of fuel that shows the right weight, so that's good. And we've got a sensible temperature. We're going to leave the engines as they are. I'm literally just going to look at these now and see if I can make my way through. We've got the bleed air on from the APU, so that's good. Galley power's off for now. We have oxygen on board for the passengers, which is good news. And we can turn on the chillers. I don't see why we couldn't have those on. You've got upper deck. I love that, forward and aft. We're going to leave all this alone. We've got standby power on normal. And fuel panel is going to be left like this for now. What I want to do is set the cruise altitude in here. So we're going to cruise at flight level 380, differential pressure just under 6 psi. Nice low cabin altitudes on this aircraft, which is really cool. In auto, very important that we have the automatic mode selector. Outflow valves currently driven, fully open. This is where you can manually adjust it if you need to. Hydraulics, we have good quantity in all 4 systems. 4 hydraulic systems. They were very worried about redundancy on this airplane. So as you can imagine, they put a lot of effort into making sure it couldn't have a failure that would bring it out of the sky, which is, of course, as you expect. And I'm going to leave the rest of this alone for now. We've got some doors open, some anti-skids not functioning. Okay, I think that's pretty good. So let's jump into the captain's seat and let's just run through the overhead panel, make sure we haven't missed anything on here. So we're going to, I don't think we need to arm that yet. We're aligning the IRSs. That's good. And we've got all the flight control guards down. So obviously these are hydraulic powered flight controls on aircraft of this size. So they're all on. Ultra brake is disarmed. It doesn't work for takeoff in the 200. Anti-skid is off. I think we'll turn that on as part of the procedure, but we'll do that in a moment. Again, alternate gear extension is just in the normal arm position. Engine ignition systems are all off. And then you can do your fire tests if you would like to. You've got your emergency lights we've already armed. No smoking, fast and seatbelt signs can go on. Windshield wipers are off. And alternate flap system, we'll leave that off now. Engine system, this is the other 2 engines over here, so they can be in the off. And we've got to test the stall warner. So I'm going to do a little test of the Mach airspeed. Oh, got to turn on the radios. There you go. And now, don't ask me why, but the radio master bus seems to include a lot of the instruments. And now we get the overspeed and the stall warner. Which is good news. There we go. I was getting worried there. I knew there'd be just one little switch and the whole airplane won't work. The probe heater stays off, but we'll put the windshield heat on now. We'll do the probe heater later. Maybe we can leave these in the normal position. 1, 1, 2, and 3. Oh no, we'll turn them all on. Why not? In terms of lights, let's put the nav lights on, and we'll leave I'll put the logo light on white. Let's put the dome light on. Keep the flight deck nice and bright. Good. Now I am going to cheat slightly. I'm going to go into here and options. There's a quick IRS align. Where's that gone? INS quick align. There we go. Just so that it's ready to go and I can make sure. What I don't want to do is have you all sit here while I struggle to set it up and then it not load in properly, or because I've done something wrong. You'll see we've got a few flashing lights running. That's absolutely fine. This is left over from the test. We have the low pressure brake light flashing down here because the hydraulic pressure is not strong enough. The first officers come to help. Hello? Can I help? Are you going to help? Come on. Come on. Say hello. Okay, that's good. We've got a first officer, which we need. We're still only 1 person down now of flying the aeroplane. Right. What we're going to do now is, I think we're going to run the first checklist, sort of the cockpit checklist. I won't set up the FCU yet until we put in some performance. But I just want to show you this. It's such a great system. Checklist, before start, pilots, and it's a huge checklist. You hit start.
Before start checklist, please.
Let me know if you can hear it.
Gear lever and lights. Down and check. Brakes. Parked.
So that's
Start levers.
down checked.
Off.
Brake park.
Radios.
Start levers are here are off.
On and check.
Radios up here. We've turned them
Flight
on.
control hydraulic power.
Flight control hydraulics are all on.
INS. Check and nav.
INS, all three are in nav.
Compasses. Slaved. Window heat. On.
We just did that.
Seatbelts and no smoking. On.
We did those.
Emergency lights. Armed. Exterior lights.
Emergency lights armed.
Check. Flight instruments. Check. Altimeters and clocks. 1, 0, 1, 3. Set and cross check. Radio INS switches. Radio.
He's
Radar
up here.
and transponder. Hold on.
I love that. There's a sort of frustrated, oh, hold on, when you've forgotten something. So, radar, go to standby. Down there, transponders in
Indicator
standby.
lights. Check. Engine and wing anti-ice. Off. Stall warning. Hold on.
Now, I did already... Oh, no, I didn't test it, did I? I did the over-rotation test.
Check.
There we go, still want to test.
Mach airspeed warning. Check.
And you see, it
Auto
knew
brakes.
that we'd done the Mach airspeed. It's very
Check
clever.
and off. Body gear steering. Hold on.
Body gear steering, so that's over here. It's automatic on the 777, but on the 747, you have to, or on the 200, if I can get that switch right. No, let's set in the proper seat. Let's try that again.
Arm.
There we go. We arm the body gear steering.
Anti-skid. Damn. On.
On.
Autopilot and
See the
flight
way it says,
director.
damn.
Check and off.
All of the automatics are off.
Takeoff warning. Damn.
We can test that just by
Check.
pushing them forwards.
Auto flight enunciators. Check. GPWS. Damn.
We're getting a lot of things wrong today. GPWS is a test, and let me remember how to do it.
Check.
There we go.
Instrument warning. Damn.
Instrument warning test
Check.
here. Lights up all our warnings.
Flight director computer selectors. Check.
Run.
Instrument source selectors.
Dual.
Normal. Reserve brake valve. Closed. Spoilers. Down. Static selectors. Normal. Oxygen mask and regulator. Check and emergency off.
So next thing we need to do is pressurize the airplane for departure. So you can see we've actually got the airplane in a pretty good state. I think we didn't do too badly there, just a couple of tests we had to do. So we're just going to put the route into our FMS. Like I say, this is... Oh, I didn't even update it. That could be a problem. We shall see. I'm just going to put in a flight plan, a very basic one. We're going from KIAH. We can actually bring it up over here. Talk amongst yourselves. Route KH, and we're going to go out. That's not the flight plan we're using. Disappointing. Let me just check. We're going by different routing, I believe. I do have it here. So today we are going to route via BNDTO. And then CRGER. So let's see if we can put that in. KIH to KLAX. We're going to be the... Oh, it doesn't want to... Oh, it does want to flight number TWA 74. And I want a departure. I think we'll depart from 15 left. BNDTO 6 via CRGER. Execute. Then from there, we're going to go direct to Echo Whiskey Mike. Then we'll take Juliet 4. Now here's a question. I've never had to do an airway in this box. Can I just type it in? I've never seen a system that should do that. No. Well, that's the only airway we're doing. I can see the waypoints. Echo Whiskey Mike, Sierra, Sierra, Oscar. Let's just do that. Sierra Oscar. 2 Bravo X-ray Kilo. Sensible distances, so that seems reasonable. And then we'll go from there to Wolverine. So Whiskey Lima, Victor, Romeo November, and then we go to eastward. So Echo, Sierra Tango, Whiskey Delta. And remember, if these were still flying, this is what you would do. They wouldn't have you flying around with an INS in airspace. And then we're going to go with the arrival is going to be the Hollywood 1, which is really cool. Our plan to land on 25 left for now. We're coming in, via eastward anyway. Ooh, we need to get this bit right. Hold on 1 second. I have the charts here, so I'll just make sure that we do get the right arrival. So if we're going to make an approach onto 24 left, don't know why I chose Los Angeles. This is 25 left. Los Angeles is a nightmare for this sort of thing. Let's come in via Seaview and eastward. Now we can tidy this up as we need to. It is literally just, this is all it provides. Yep, that looks good. It's just our routing in there. It doesn't have any performance information or anything like that. It's just a lateral navigation tool that allows me to be here on VATSIM without any trouble. 26 left is runway departure right now. Are they online here, are they? No controller here but 26 left. So 26 left. Let's bring up the charts. Is fine because it's just a straight out. So the trick here is with all American airports, making sure you find the right runway. So 26 left is just over here. It's an equally short taxi. So let's do that. I think that works for me. So just change the departure. 26 left to Kruger. Execute. Great. So we're going to taxi out and head up. We'll just do a full length, 2,800 meters. So it's not the longest runway in the world for this aeroplane. But there we go. Good. So that is the departure, because we're just going to head straight out from 26 left on 267, 600 feet. And then you'd get vectors to your point, but eventually we're just going to head straight ahead to SCAM or even BNDTO, probably just head straight there. So we'll do that once we're underway. There won't be any horizontal situation indicators, so it's going to be a little bit confusing. We have to keep our wits about us to make sure we don't get situationally behind the aeroplane. So let's just check the weather. Altimeter 29997. Let's put that in. 2997. Are they synchronized? Yes, they are. Thank goodness. 2997. 2997. Good. That's the QNH set. Get rid of that warning lights. Right. Next up is performance. We know the weather. We know the runway. So we can go into our performance calculator. This is indeed a Payware 747. Yes. And what we can do is load from the sim, not the load sheet. So we are currently 276 tons. It's a pretty good weight for quite a short flight. I'm going to load in the weather from the sim as well. And I'm going to tell it the correct runway distance. So 2,600 meters. We are only 100 feet elevation. And the runway is 26. It's a dry runway, 17 degrees. And then you see it just loads in. So it's going to be a flap 10 takeoff. You can actually adjust it as well, which is pretty cool. Flap 10 takeoff, because it's still relatively light. This airplane can go at 360 odd tons. We're not even at 300, so this is no trouble for this airplane actually. And there's our speed. You'll see they're nice and low. And then all I do is set speed bugs and just check. So we got 132, 141, and 155. 141, 155, which is the orange bug. The orange bug is our V2. And we got our min clean speed 228. Well, that's our flaps up speed. Sorry, that's when we'll raise them. I'm going to put V2 in the window, 155, which it did automatically. There we go. I can put the flight director on. And we can then set the initial pitch. So initial pitch for today, 16 degrees. You don't see this sort of thing anymore. Obviously, the airplanes will have very advanced flight director systems, so you don't have to mess this up. Now, why is this not working? I need to click it. There we go. What did I say? 16 degrees. There's 10, 15. It's off the scale, so there we go. I'm not sure that's the correct way to do that. But yeah, you see this these days with the Toga line that you get on even 777s and 787s still use a similar system, but it's obviously much more advanced for dealing with an engine failure. That's where it's clever. Is there any 744 for X-Plane? I don't know, actually. No, I've not seen one. Right, so that... oh, yeah, and then we're going to set up our... That's performance done. Flat 10 takeoff, remember. I'll write that down so I don't forget. And we need to check the stab trim 4.3 on the trim. Initial pitch 16 degrees, climbing optimum climb 308 knots. So we'll eventually do 308 knots for the climb. We need 2,000 meters. It's crazy. So lots of space there. So we're going to take off straight out, and then I'm going to swap over to the INS. So let's put the INS on to sequence it. So that means that the navigation system will fly towards the waypoint. So you'll see it's already got the arrow in that according to the SID. So the takeoff from runway. Actually, no. What am I talking about? I don't know where that's pointing. Should be pointing at 26. We're 26 left. Yeah. So we shall figure that out once we get in the air. We don't need it to be too precise, because I would just sequence it in the box if it doesn't work like how we want it to. Good. Right, are we getting there? Now you need to close up the doors. We can remove the ground power. So let's do those things. So home. You see there's lots to do in this airplane. Ground. So disconnect GPU. Close. Remove the chocks.
Remove the chocks.
The tug would connect about this time. The first officer's leaving. She was helpful. Oh, she's gone. She's not going to be much help now. Just helpful for the setup. Right, chocks are gone. Power's gone. Tug's arriving. And you chat to the tug crew, and you would pressurize the airplane. So to pressurize for pushback in this, it's actually not quite as complicated as you'd imagine. What I'm going to do is put the beacon light on. That's the red flashing light. And then instead of turning on all the hydraulics, I will turn on all the fuel. We don't need any of the sensor tanks because that's empty.
Hatches are closed, ready to connect.
And we leave the crossfeed open from 1 and 4, but closed for 2 and 3. And I'm going to go over to the electric hydrogen pump system 4 and pressurize that. And that will pressurize system 4. And now if we jump back into our seat, that flashing brake pressure light should disappear, which it has. We've got lots of oil lights, so that the oil dampers aren't working, the ProPeats aren't running, but that's all fine. That will come as part of the checklists. What we also want to do is set up the rest of the automatics. Close all the doors, please. So we're heading out to Kurogur. Initial climb 16,000 feet. So I'm going to put 16,000 feet in the window, not 50,000. I don't know how it got to 50,000. It's quite impressive. So we want 16,000 feet in here. And runway 26, which is, of course, the complete opposite of where this is last set to, which is amazing. It's always the way. So 267 is our initial heading. And our initial course is going to be... well, it doesn't really matter because this is an RNAV, but we'll just put the runway course of 267. This is the sort of thing where I don't know what you do with this on an airplane like this where you're not using it anymore. I'm not going to do the course the whole way along the flight. No way. Okay. Good. So we've got our flight director on, we've got our autothrottle speed, the command levers are off, we've got the initial heading. We're going to go with INS as our initial guidance. So that might wake up. No, it hasn't worked. Anyway, we'll figure that one out. Stopping at 16,000 feet, and I'm going to arm the outcell system to to make sure it does actually level off there, because I forget that all the time otherwise. Put the flight director on the other side. What's quite cool on these sort of age of airplanes is you can turn the flight directors on and off separately. It's all sort of its own system. So you'll see here we have the modes for the flight directors are separate from the autopilot and the auto throttle. But this is our FMAs effectively, which are very, very important. Okay, I think we have pressurized the aircraft, so we'll go back to our checklists. Oh, and the stabilizer trim. There we go, we need to do that. Trim was 4.3. What have I done wrong here? Why is the trimmer not able to run? That would suggest I have not pressurized the aircraft properly. Thinking aloud. Oh, we do have a squawk, by the way. Even though there's no ATC, they've told us to squawk 6652, so other controllers can tell what we're doing. So we'll do that. Who can tell me why I can't run the trimmer? 6652. Simply Tom says, on the 737, we sometimes just use the course knobs as aid memories for what tracks to fly for upcoming turns. There you go. Perfect. Pull the stab trim lever towards you. So this is the alternate lever. So this will only work if there's hydraulic power, which I don't think there is, because I know my commands are working for it. Out of interest, we would check with the ground crew. Let's pressurize the rest of the system. And there you go. Now it runs. So yeah, just not enough pressure in the system. So we'll go to 4.2 or 4.3. I thought we didn't need to have all of the hydraulics pressurized for the pushback. In both auto and continuous, they run. Let's see what happens. We'll see what happens with the checklist. So let's run the rest of it.
Brake pressure. Check.
Yeah, we've got loads of pressure.
Stabilizer trim. Check and on. Rudder and aileron trim.
Attention all aircraft. Altimeter 297.
Check was completed.
Okay. That's good. Next list. What we also need to do, and that's something I've forgotten about, is we need to go down here. We need to set the auto throttle computer to be in TOD and EPR mode. There we go. Good. Right. Let's run this. This is the flight engineers panel.
Battery on. APU panel.
I'd have thought you'd run this. You'd run this
Check.
simultaneously and probably before
Auxiliary
you
power.
pressurized.
Check. Engine oil quantity. Check. Fuel quantity. 5,4,8,2,4 kilograms. Fuel panel. Check and set. Pressurization.
Ah, thanks,
controls.
Swappy. So we should have done system 1.
Check
There we
and
go.
set.
Makes sense. 1 and
Bleed
4.
controls. Wait.
Oh, he's not happy with the bleed controls. That's right. We need to open the bleed valves to the
and
engines.
set.
Otherwise, we will not be able to provide
Hydraulic
air
quantity.
into them for the start.
Check. EPR computer. Let's see.
EPR computer. Okay. He's not happy with the EPR computer.
Go around. Circuit breakers.
So it goes to go
Check.
around for now. I think it goes to
Indicator
TOD
light.
later.
Check. Electrical panel. Check and set.
Not bad.
Air conditioning controls. Check and set. Fire control and wing overheat panels. Check and set. Equipment cooling.
Have we got anyone flying
Check.
with us?
Passenger oxygen. Check. Hydraulic panel. Check and set. Fuel jettison panel. Check. Crew oxygen. On. Oxygen mask and regulator. Check and emergency off.
That sounds good. Oh. So we've got hydraulic pressure.
ADPs off. Checklist completed.
And next is after start. That's it. That's all we're going to get. So let me just check. Is anyone flying along with us today in Houston? We should have gone from Atlanta. There's a controller in Atlanta. Okay. Right. So we're just the two of us on this section of the terminal. So that's good. That'll make pushback nice and easy. So that's it, really. We are ready to go. So let's push back. How are we doing? 45 minutes to push back. That's not bad for a 747 Classic. Yes, we didn't have to do the INS. That's the real time consuming bit, but there we go. So what I'm going to do is...
Ground to cockpit. Please show me where you want to go.
Now they do some quite funny pushbacks in America. Like we couldn't really do that because we'll be obstructing this aircraft behind us. So I think we'll push back onto this line here, and that way we won't cause any problems.
So connected and bypass pin inserted.
Right, let me see if I
Release
can
parking
transmit.
brake.
1228 is what I want. So Unicom, 128. Houston traffic, TWA 74, pushing back from the northeast terminal. Oh, I don't remember where we are. That's not good, is it? You'll be amazed how often that happens in real life when you're sitting there and you have to talk to a traffic and they ask you what stand you're on, and you desperately, I'm looking around for any sign, like a big black and yellow sign saying like Echo 3 or whatever. Anyway, that's us ready to go. We're ready to start the engines. Final sensibility check. Oh, we've got low pressure now on the brakes again. What are we doing? There we go. Pressure's back on there. So we got electrical power as well. We've got rid of the ground power already, so that's all safe. And we've got bleed pressure. I think it's time we go. So let's release the parking brake.
Parking brake released.
Starting pushback, and you may start engines.
Love it. Look at that. It looks fantastic. And then you've got the engine sort of gently windmilling. Quite a long pushback, but it's a slow process starting these engines. I don't think they could start two at a time. So the APU was more powerful on the 400 series. So this one is going to be a one at a time. So we'll start the engines. Let me see which order we're meant to do them in an attempt at some representation of the actual procedures. Engine start, 4, 3, 2, and then 1. So, start number 4. We're going to arm the start valve.
Ready to start the engines.
And then we move one of the systems
Ready for engine start.
to ground start. So I'm going to ground start. I'm going to
Starting
hold it
engine
there until I
4.
see valve open. Valve open. We had enough pressure because we had our 40 odd psi here in the Dutch pressure. And now I'm waiting for N2, which is hidden over here, to reach 20%. 17, 18, 19, 20. We got enough pressure.
N2.
And we'll put the
Fuel on.
fuel to idle. You only need to go rich when it's
Light
the
up.
fuel is very cold. Ah, sorry, dude. CTAF is 12535. Thank you.
Starter off.
2, 5, 2, 3, 5.
Engine stabilized.
Right, there we go. Engine number 4 stabilized. Starter's cut out. We'll do the same for number 3.
Starting engine 3.
Hold it there.
Starter valve open.
Valve open. N3, N2 over here. We're looking for 20%. Peter DR says the 747 is still the most beautiful and impressive aircraft ever
20%
made.
N2.
There's 20%.
Fuel on.
Fuel on. Yeah, I could agree with that. It's just, it looks great from absolutely every angle. It really does. And look at the size of it, the presence it has in the room. I hope you can hear it okay. Look at the detail of the grime. It's such a great add on this. It really, it looks as good as aircraft in X-Plane 12 can, I think. But the physics of it all, the way the wheels brake, and I'll show you in the replay at the end, depending how awful my landing is, the way the wheels compress, it's so impressive. Okay, they want to set the parking brake. We've got number 4 and 3 are running over there. Parking brake set.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
Start number 3. Sorry, number 2.
Starting engine 2. Starter valve open.
I did try 2 at a time already. Boeing 77 Air Canada fan. That is how I know it won't work. I haven't actually looked it up. I just know it doesn't work in this add-on anyway. Right. 20%.
20% and 2. Fuel on.
Yeah, what happens is your duct pressure just drops, and
Lights
then
up.
your N2 does not accelerate.
Traffic American 386, 5 mile final for runway 26 left.
Oh, awesome. There is actually traffic out there. That might be them there.
Starter off.
Is that Dougal? In United. Awesome. Starter off.
So
Engine
is
stabilized.
disconnected and bypass pin has been
Engine
removed.
stabilized.
Hand signal will
Start
be
number
on
1.
the We'll see you next time. Have a safe flight.
Starter valve open.
It's quite a process, this. So I'll wing view. See, we have some hydraulics now, so we've got controls are more centered. We do get a cabin, by the way. It's oh, can't move around. Oh, there we go. That's what I need to do. Yeah, there you go. Classic, old school cabin. Huge numbers of passengers on these original 747s. The market shifted to this premium sort of thing now, so we don't carry as many passengers as we used to on these aircraft, which is a bit of a shame. But yeah, these things could carry over 300, 350 odd passengers. Quite a remarkable number. Anyway, let's not forget N2 has got to 23%. That's all it's going to get
Fuel
to.
on.
Add the fuel.
Light up.
I have not done the center steering just yet. No, we'll do that shortly.
Starter off.
Lower meters, depending on the ramp, they might tug us to the edge. Yes, so heavy aircraft. What you don't. Let me know, by the way, if the audio is no good while I'm outside. I'm relying on you to tell me. Yeah, what I didn't realise about America until I started flying there is that they don't have many heavy aircraft. There's the American Airlines landing. That's cool. Looks pretty smooth with the current next-gen things. Hey, there they are. Excellent. Yeah, they don't have many wide bodies, so you're actually a bit unusual because most traffic in America is sort of domestic, so as a proportion. So a lot of the airports that you end up flying to, if you're flying from Europe, you'll be one of the few heavy aircraft there, so you can cause quite a problem. There'll be loads and loads of 737s, 75, 76s, that sort of size, A321s. CRJs, Embraers, loads of them running around you, and you'll be this big lumbering heavy aircraft getting in the way of everyone. We're sort of blocking the exit of the ramp here, but I love better pushback because that's right on the line where we want to be. Anyway, enough talking. Let's get this airplane in a good position. So the tug's disconnected, all the engines are stabilized, that looks good. So I'm going to disarm the start switch, and I'm going to move over to the electrics. I'm going to, there's a lot of more rain coming where I am in the UK. I'm going to close the electrics onto the generators, so they're now all taking the load, and then I can see that the APU and the external is all not doing anything. So I'm going to turn off the APU bleed air, stop the APU, and keep our fingers crossed the electrics will stay on, because this is always the most heart-stopping moment for me. Oh, it's horrible. It's horrible on stream if this all collapses now and I have to reset everything. Yeah. Fingers crossed that won't happen. That one guy, hello to you. Thanks for coming along. And I'm going to turn on the air conditioning packs now. Turn on the recirc fans. Let's get all the passengers happy. Let's get the galley bus power on. Start cooking the food. Galley left fan can go to auto. Let's see. I'm just moving switches now in the hope that nothing goes awry with it. And crucially, I'm going to put the hydraulics to auto. I have full pressurization of that. Thank you very much. Doors are all closed. That's good. So we've got no warning lights on the landing gear or the steering system. So that is good. And the voice recorder is running. I want to come over here. There was something I wanted to do over here, which was related to all of that. Let's think. What we do on the 777. We would turn off the APU and we'd set the engine anti-ice. We don't need any engine anti-ice on right now. Then, of course, it's time for the flaps. So we said flaps 10. Now, I don't know why it does that sort of glitching thing.
10.
There we go, 10. And then they travel, not a very big dial, but you see it over here. And probe heat. on and on. That should be on. So on the 777, we would have done flaps, APU, anti-ice, flaps, transponder. Let's put that to transponder. And we would do a recall. And let's do our flight controls. I love the flight control dial. It's over here on the FO side. Nice and smooth and slow, which is something Boeing loves. And you've got fantastic controls on this airplane. Divided up, so you've got two separate panels there on the elevator, same on the rudder. So the hydraulics provide power to different parts of the controls. They've changed that system. These days, the controls are all fed by two different systems, but you just get one control quite often. So you've got loads of moving bits in this airplane. Flaps are out at 10. Gorgeous. Right, I think that is good. Let's run the after start.
After start checklist.
Split system breaker
Flight recorder.
close. Yes, thank you.
On. Start switches. Off. Beacon lights. On.
Well done,
Brake
crew rest.
pressure.
Good spot.
Check. Start levers. Idle detent. Engine and the ice. Off. Electrical panel. Check. Back valves. Open. Dual warning lights. Out. Hydraulic panel. Check.
Yes, we got
Flight
that right.
recorder.
I'm pleased with that.
On. After start checklist completed.
I love this system. It's such a great interactive way to learn an airplane. Right, next is taxi. So we've got flaps to 10, takeoff data. We've done that already, but we're going to set the EPR system. I think this needs to now go to Todd and EPR. Stabilizer trim should be in the green band. It is. Weirdly, so this green band is a system. I didn't realize Boeing had it around so long. We have it on the 777, but it's calculated by the weight of the airplane to make sure that your trim is set for something sensible for takeoff. But what you can do here is you can actually have you can shift it yourself to move the green band into something sensible. So I'm going to move it nose down to make sure we are in, because we know that is good. That's not what you do on the 777. Probe heats are on. Flight controls we've done. Yaw dampers jet and APU. We don't need the fuel heat. APU is off. Totalizer we've set. Engineer Peter panel and pilot panels is checked. Aft cargo heats is all good. And then seatbelt shut. Okay, good. Right. Let us taxi out. So let's tell everyone what we're actually doing. So we're going to taxi on to November Bravo and then November Papa. Houston, TWA 74, taxiing November Bravo and November Papa for 26 left. Right. Now we don't have a separate taxi light on this aeroplane, disappointingly. So I'm going to just do some inboard lights. Okay, I need to turn up radio volumes, so let's see if that works. Good. Boeing 77 says, I did some research. In theory, classic 74s can start two at a time, but it's not standard. Ah, there we go. So maybe it would work, but very slowly. Right, brakes released. Let's get this monster moving. So, parking brake released. You then have it with the brakes. Yeah, you'll see it. It's actually started rolling on its own. No trouble at all. Now, I love this. What you get in an X-plane is this awesome view by default. You don't need chase plane. And then a bit of oomph. So even here it's not going. I loaded it up to maximum weight on purpose because I wanted to get a bit of a sense of the weight of it. So it is taking some oomph. These engines aren't the most powerful in the world. The 200 is an enhanced variant of the 100 though. So it's designed to have a bit more power and grunt so it can do a bit more. Now, have a look at the mechanisms and the weight on this aircraft. You've got the main body steering. Those back two bogies there, they'll steer around the turn on the 747. Ah, why is my nose here light not on them? Ah, it just looks great. Headwind in the cruise, yes, of course. It was already quite a long flight. It's an hour so far. You can see the suspension. Look at the heat exhaust. I think X-Plane has the best heat exhaust. Look at the details on the slats. I'm so impressed with the detail that we've managed to get here in X-Plane. I really am. I thought it had fallen too far behind. Yeah, so I've loaded this airplane up to a good weight to make sure that it needed to take a bit of serious oomph to get moving. But it's still, like I say, considerably down on its actual ability to take off at 360 odd tons. It does look good, doesn't it, Jared? Yeah, I do agree. Tyson, greetings from Colorado. Greetings to you. I hope you're doing very well. Now, do we get a ground speed? We do get a ground speed because we have IRSs, or you'd have an INS, so it can tell you your ground speed. There's Dougal. Thank you very much, Dougal. Now, why can I want some... Ah, the turn-off lights. That's how I get those lights on. No, that's way too fast for an aircraft of this size. There you go. You can see that suspension, the weight on the nose gear, the bogies. And I can't tell you, it's very hard without you actually trying this aircraft out. But I can't describe to you how good the weights are in the way it taxis. This is the most representative I've ever felt for a heavy jet in a sim. Unfortunately, I can't have two axes controlling 4 engines, so I've only got one axis controlling all 4. That is a shame, because what I would normally do in the 777 is rev one side for these sorts of 90-degree turns. Sounds great too, though. So that's November Alpha next. So I'm going to take November Bravo here. Let's not miss the runway though, which is just over there. Easily done. Now, for liveries, someone asked about liveries for this aircraft. So you can get them on X-Plane org. X-Plane has its own forum. So that's where you can get the liveries for these airplanes. Oh, we've overdone that. Overcooked it. This airplane is not as long as the 777-300. Even the 777-400 is not as long as that thing. But yeah, so that's where you can look for liveries. This livery was not included. There is a Pan Am livery, an old BA Landor livery. So there's some nice ones included. Oh, is someone coming along? We better get this right.
Bravo, Houston.
Let's start the checklists.
Please. Flaps. Flaps 10.
Flaps 10.
Takeoff data, EPR and airspeed bugs.
Set and cross-check.
Stabilizer trim.
Set in green band.
Yeah, we made sure it
Throat
was.
heat.
On.
Flight controls.
Check.
Yaw dampers.
Okay,
Check.
here's the runway here.
Seat belts and shoulder harness.
Check.
APU.
I love these taxi by views. I worked so hard in Microsoft Flight Simulator to get these views until Chase Plane came along. Look at that, I've done it too far and the nose gear grinds. It's so good. And again, the jet blast is the best out there. Where's the American? Okay, I think it's further away. Aft cargo heat norm. Okay. I do remember where that is. That is over on the engineers panel. This is not what I wanted to do out at the runway. Aft cargo heat norm. There we go. Thank goodness for that.
Seat belts and shoulder harness. Check.
But we're not ready to go, so we won't go until we're ready, even if there's someone behind us. That's true in real world as well. If air traffic starts hassling you, if you're not ready, you're not ready. You'd normally warn them before you got here if there's anything causing a delay versus just not being ready because you're just working on things. So before takeoff, let's do this one as well.
Before takeoff checklist.
Icing considerations.
Check.
Cabin alert.
Check.
Transponder.
Hold on.
TAI.
Ignition.
Hold on. I love that. Ignition. So all the ignitions go to flight start. They were obviously worried about a flame out. These engines were not considered as reliable. They weren't as computerized. So you put it all to flight start, which would put it into continuous, I think. Continuous ignition.
Body gear steering.
Damn.
Right, I'm going to do that once we've lined up because I want the steering on for this sharp turn. So let's just get on the runway. For takeoff, we're going to move the throttles, stabilize the engines, and then I'm going to turn on the auto throttle system. It would drive in EPR mode up to the takeoff thrust. We're going to rotate to 16 degrees, and we're climbing straight out, essentially. So let's get going. And Houston, TWA 74, lining up, runway 26 left, departing to the west. Lights on, strobe on, it's clear on the approach. Let's get going. You're so high up, you really, really feel it. Like, look at those signs all the way down there. American's still way behind us. I think, right here with Google. Yeah, there we go. If it was raining, this would look even better. And I think one of these views is the runway view. If I can find it. There it is. So you get threshold view. Love this. Look at that. Outflow valves open at the back. Oh, just a bit of a sudden stop. Right, I think we're ready to go. So, buddy gear steering is now going to go to off.
Pack valves.
We'll close the packs because we're not going to have pressurization for takeoff.
Pressurization mode selector. Auto. Fuel boost pumps. On. Cross feed valves. Check. Before takeoff checklist completed.
Right, next is after takeoff. So what I'm going to do is go to my performance so that I have the numbers ready. So here's my retract speeds, but they are bugged here. Got 168, 190-ish. Yeah, okay. So that'll be 10, 5, up, 1 and up at 228. Let's give it a go. So, Houston, TWA 74, departing runway 26 left, straight out to the west. So stabilize the engines. 1.1 EPR. Totally ridiculous measurement.
Stabilized.
Even says stabilized. I absolutely love it. Brakes released. Auto throttle on. EPR mode now. Drives the throttles to the takeoff thrust setting. Nice and quiet up on the flight deck on an airplane of this size, obviously. Taking a fair bit of rudder. Must be breezy. It was a southerly wind, so this makes sense. Stick to neutral. Actually, the wind is coming from the right, needing a bit of aileron to hold it straight even.
V1. Rotate.
There's rotates. Nice and gentle. Holding that rudder. Keeping the wing down. We don't want any wing drop on this airplane. Now we're up.
Positive rate.
Gear up. Let it weathercock into wind. Pitching up to our 16-degree flight director. And we're away. Yeah. Strong northerly wind, sorry. Awesome. Absolutely love it. Let's get through 1,500 feet. This must have been such a fantastic machine to take off. Okay, through 1,500. I'm going to bring... Pinito to the top. I'm going to put it into INS modes. And now our flight director should be guiding us towards that waypoint. We're climbing up to 16,000 feet. We're currently doing 180, so I need to lower the nose and accelerate the airplane. So I'll just do that myself. Let's lower it to 10 degrees pitch. And we can now bring the flaps from 10 to 5.
Flaps 5.
Still climbing and speed's accelerating. That's the 1.
Flaps up.
Last bug, so flaps up. Try and follow that lateral nav flight director. There we go. So I'm going to go, once we're at speed 240 odd knots, that's fine. I'm going to put it into IS mode, command, and we have nav and IS. So now it should try and maintain 250 knots, and the autothrottle system is at EPR, so it's now needs to be told that we're in the climb, not the takeoff. So I'll go to climb, and that will derate the EPR down to climb EPR. And now the airplane will fly us on the nav line. It will pitch to maintain 250 knots. I hope, because this is just for speed mode. It's a bit confusing, the throttle system on this. It's well, I'm sure I'll get it wrong at some point. And the flaps are up, the gear is up, spoilers are disarmed. I think we're in a good place. Can't believe it, we made it into the air. Well done us. Even from cold and dark. What I did want to do was just check, where is the anti-ice switches on this machine? I want some lights on, there we go. Right, instead of anti-ice, there we go, we put on the engine anti-ice. I don't think we need the wing anti-ice yet. And through the clouds already. And here you go, look at this, look at the glare shield. It's not bad at all. There are rough edges, there's no denying. You can see some parts of it, like the shape of this seat, or if you look at this pedestal here, there's straight lines on it. But even so, the clouds are the best. I think the clouds and heat blast and water effects in this are better than Microsoft's. Ingsley says, hey, nice to see you, a huge supporter. I was going to ask if you have any advice on becoming a pilot. Ask again once we're in the cruise, and I would always happily talk about it. Yeah, absolutely.
Houston traffic, American 2630 heavy departing runway 26 left, right turn out to the north, Houston.
So if we go to our chart now, there we are. Now I've got good news about this flight, despite the my choice of flying into probably one of the strongest jet streams we've seen for a long time in this part of the world, which is how I normally time it. The
10,000.
The aircraft flies at 8.5. It's a fast airplane, and we've taken extra fuel so we can go even faster. Right, I want to do 308 knots now. I don't actually know how to do that. I think you would use control wheel steering to do it. I'm going to disconnect the order. Maybe manual? I'm making it worse. I'm going to disconnect the autopilot. I'm going to lower the nose. Accelerate the aircraft. We're still in climb EPR, so the engines are just going to stay set where they are. Let's not descend though. Does need some nose up. Trim it out. And we're going to accelerate to 308 knots. Oh yeah, thank you very much. We're not pressurizing. Let's get the packs on. Otherwise, the cabin altitude was just passing 3,000 feet, so it was climbing. The airplane climbs faster than it would depressurize, it seems. So that's good news. That saved us a bit there. I know it looks like I'm moving the yoke a lot. I'm trying to move the side stick, my joystick that I've got, just a small amount as possible, but it does seem to be quite twitchy. But the aircraft responds very slowly given its size. But even so, you shouldn't really be moving it as much as you're seeing me do it. I quite like X-Plane's G camera as well. If you look at that, you can just see the whole screen shift slightly as you put in inputs. I quite like it. It gives you a good feedback that you're doing too much if you're seeing it like this. I think that's quite a neat system. I turned it off on the exterior views though because it's making me feel a bit sick. Tiny corrections now. You'll see, look at this. We're doing 1,000 feet per minute, passing 300 knots. See you in a bit, Wide Womble. Thanks for coming along. $300s. That's pretty close. So now I'm going to engage the autopilot again. Back to IS. Nav, EPR. IS, and I need to arm outsail for 16,000. But there's no control here, so I'm going to go to Unicom 1228. I'm going to go to our cruise today was 380, and I am very confident. Now this is something that it's hard to appreciate, but we these days don't have to worry about lots of these things. Put in 380, and just heading up there, you would have to actually calculate it. What we do these days is just check in the FMS, but what they would have done in this aircraft is the flight engineer or the pilots, I'm not sure who, would have had a performance book and they'd have worked out the numbers to see what the right level would be. things like optimization weren't as important. Fuel was not quite as expensive, but as it became more expensive, obviously this did become more important. So yeah, 2992. So it's something that is a lot easier for us these days, which is how the airlines want it. They don't want to pay for an extra pilot just to make it more efficient, because they would argue that then removes their efficiency because of the cost of having an extra pilot. So they make it so that the computer can do it itself. Lauren says it was also pre-RVSM, less levels to choose from in general. That's true. You had to have 2,000 feet separation in a lot of this airspace once you got up into the cruise. Very good point. Ah, yes, Crew S says a good way to change speed in this plane while still being on the autopilot is to switch to VS, set it to 500 feet per minute, and when it reaches your desired speed, back to IS. Yes, that's a much better way. I don't know why I didn't think of that. Thank you. Excellent. Doing Mach 6.2. Once the Mach number reaches about decimal 8, I think I'll probably swap over to Mach, but that'll be a bit higher up. We get a flyby view included because this is X-plane. You will see, obviously, that the terrain down there is not anywhere near the standard Microsoft Flight Simulator. It just isn't. It's not very representative either. It slightly shows busier areas and quieter areas, but that's all. That's X-Plane's biggest drawback for now. But I know a lot of people input their own scenery to make it look a lot better, and there is a free way to do that. Anyway, landing lights can go off as well. Runway lights off. Nav, beacon, strobe will stay on. Logo can go off. Passengers can walk around. I'm not going to let them smoke though, even though I'm sure a lot of them were expecting to. We don't need the anti-ice. That should give us, well, save us a bit of fuel, even if it doesn't change the performance. Yeah, there we go. You see the fuel flow dropping. Good. PA's in use. Can I hear that? I can hear something. Ah, these little volume dials. Oh, we missed it.
Cabin crew, take your seats.
There you go. That's how you alert them. Love that. All these little details, they all add up. Right, let's run the checklist, because I'm sure in my confidence I have actually missed something. And there you go, we are making tracks now.
After takeoff checklist.
Gear lever.
Hold on. Off.
Off.
Landing and logo lights.
Off.
Hey, we did the logo lights correctly. Ignition.
Check.
Seat belts and no smoking sign.
I'm going to leave that flight start.
Back valves. Open.
There you go.
Fuel heat. Let's see.
Ah, fuel heat is over here. Auto.
Auto. After takeoff checklist completed.
I'd like some more lighting over here. There we go. Look at that, you can even check the brake temperatures. Love it. Proper old school dials. It's amazing how responsive and quick this sim is to run these things. Really nice to use. Simply Tom says, what is the random tuning panel? So let me just see. No, ADFs are down here. This is your HF tuning. So this is integrated into most modern radio panels these days, but this is for long range, going oceanic, because of course this airplane would. Washer. Now I haven't seen washer. The 777 does not have a washer. The 787 does. I've never met anyone who's used it on the 787. How funny. Because it's usually repellents. They've got a separate button for repellents, which we don't, most airlines don't use it. It doesn't work particularly well. But washer, I haven't seen except on the 78, and I'm yet to find someone who's used it. I would love to. I want to know what it does, but I'm not going to press it. Nick, thank you so much, Nick, for the £10 super chat. Really appreciate it. Nick says, thanks for the videos and live streams. Love watching and learning. Perfect antidote to a wet Sunday again. Thanks so much, Nick. Really, really appreciate it. Thanks for supporting the channel, and thanks for coming along today. It's great to have you here. And yeah, that's one of the reasons I thought today would be a good day for a stream. It's been so miserable, the weather in the UK, so I couldn't resist hopping into the sim and taking us all somewhere. It's a bit sunnier. I think the weather in LA is a bit nicer. just looks perfect, doesn't it? But yeah, thank you so much, Nick. Really appreciate it. Thanks for the support. Thanks for coming along as always. Boeing 770 Air Canada fan is hopping off. Thank you very much for coming along. I think they're doing a stream in their own 777. So thank you very much. We'll see you next time. Look at the clouds. The clouds are untouchable. They have really stepped it up. This is on maximum settings. I've got everything set to the max. And you get decent frames, but if you go to too busy of an airport, it drops. But now we're in the cruiser at 40. This is without any frame gen or anything like that. Lauren B says, weather in LA is almost always lovely. Most of the rest of the country could be nicer. Warmest it's been in the northeast in a while, meaning it's just about freezing. Yes, northeast America obviously very, very cold, but it's LA is usually sitting in a 10 degrees Celsius to 20, even in the depths of winter with sunshine, maybe haze. It's not usually clear skies in LA, but then obviously a lot warmer in summer. Swappy says, I'll be having dinner and watching the stream, so I won't be able to chat. We'll be back in some time. Thanks very much, Swappy. I hope you're doing very well. It's been a long time, so yeah, great to have you here. Look at that, 421 ground speed, max 7.6. So we're getting close to transition, but like I say, I want to get to about 0.8. I think we can climb at 0.8 in this thing. There are some other cool features about this aircraft which I need to learn about some more. We, for example, have engine breather. Seems to be self-managing, I hope. I did think that about the SR-71 as well, but it was not the case. What have we got up here? Oh, this is the constant speed drive, oil temperatures. You know, these things are all just monitored by systems in the background these days. You can find all this stuff in the maintenance section. So in the 777, you'd have to go into the FMS and you'd be able to see some of these things, but ultimately they're just considered so reliable now that you're not really monitoring it. Lauren says, coastal California has no real winter. No, they don't. No, it's lovely. Simply Tom says, do you miss the 787 versus the 777? No, they're so similar. It's sort of hard to miss it. It's the way you fly. It's the same. It's just little things. I would say whenever I see a 787 at the moment, I really look at it and go, it is a very pretty aeroplane. I do think the 787 is prettier. The 777 is impressive, but I don't think it's quite as. It just doesn't look as sleek. It's just down to the way they're designed. I know I'm biased, but I think the 787 is probably the best looking airliner out there at the moment. I don't think the 350 looks quite as nice, and I know that's controversial to say, but there we go. I've said it. What are we going to do now, eh? But hey, none of them have a step on something like this. I even think the MD-11 looks really, really nice. I'm looking forward very much to the Unibuild's TriStar. I think we're getting into a bit of a retro era in flight simming, aren't we? Because we have got, I think, is it Just Flight making one of these? Or Flight Simming 2024, is that true? Classic, making it the classic. What have they got? So they got an A300B4, which I'm looking forward to. Oh no, there's nothing from Just Flight. Nothing on their in development page. A300B4, Fokker 70 and 100, we're all looking forward to that. And then of course the Bluebird 757. It's been a while since we had a Just Flight release. Bluebird have said, they said the Q3 specifically? I know I knew they were targeting this year for the 7.5 release. I'm looking forward to that. I must admit, I loaded into the 757. I would go 8.2. Now we need to swap over to Mach. Can't get too distracted in this airplane. So now it will hold Mach 8.2 up into the cruise. It might struggle a bit. Oh no, there we go. Pitching up. Good, good. Yeah, so I didn't know Bluebird. I saw they did another update. So I am excited to see it. I should have put this to run. That would have given us a sense of how far we've got to go. We'll do it now. Never too late. I do that on the 777 as well. On the 787, this automatically starts on takeoff, but it doesn't do that, of course, here. Sorry. Yeah, so let's see. After takeoff procedure and checklist, we've done that. Miku says, I don't know why, but for some reason, every time I look at the A350, my brain just sees it as a weird 77. Yeah, it was once described to me as a train, and since then, I sort of can't get that out of my head. I think you've got aircraft like the 330 and the 777 look a bit like a boat with the big sort of bow at the front. It makes sense. So back when aircraft like this were designed, it seemed quite common to go for the pointy, symmetrical sort of vertical profile, if that makes sense. So you put the nose in the middle. I know the 74 was an exception with its hump, but if you were to slice it off and make this like a 777, you know, it had that big rounded bottom. And now 78 and 350, they seem to realise that by putting the nose point lower down here, it makes more sense. And that probably is logical because, of course, these airplanes cruise with the nose pointed slightly up. So it makes sense that it shouldn't look sort of straight when it's flying, when it's sat on the ground. It should look slightly nose down because, of course, it's all with the way the swept wings work. So I don't know if that's got something to do with it, but yeah, they seem to move to that design, which is obviously more efficient. To me, the A350, it is pretty. I like the winglets especially. It's got nice big wings, nice big engines. It's really cool. I love flying it in the simulator, but I think the 78 looks a little better. I also think the 350's tail is too small. It's proportional. It's not very proportional. Now, there's no reason for that. There's no logic to that, except for the fact that we're just used to bigger tail planes, and the 350 somehow got away with a very small one. I guess because the engines are so close, or they have a high level of confidence in their flight handling characteristics, which is probably what it comes down to. Forty Gumball says, today it's getting up to 50 Fahrenheit after deep freeze in the US upper Midwest. Feels like shorts and t-shirt weather compared to what we've been through. Yes, I saw it. There were some winter storms going through, weren't there, in America? 35,000 feet, so we're 3,000 feet away, doing 600 feet per minute. Not bad. Not bad for this sort of altitude at the start of the flight. Megatron says, do you miss the Airbus? Would you switch to the A350? I would switch to the A350. I think it would be a lovely machine to fly. I think it will be very comfortable. I think it will have amazing resources to help the pilots, which unfortunately Airbus seem to be pushing as a reason to get rid of a pilot in the crews anyway. But aside from that fact, I think it would be, I'm sure it's a lovely machine to work on. The comfort in Airbus aircraft is top notch, and the way it looks after the pilots is usually top notch as well. Nick says, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Exactly, exactly. Megatron says, A350 winglets are the prettiest wingtip devices in the industry. Yes, they are. They are nice. Although, again, I would say the 7.8 style has grown on me, the blended wing. But yeah, the 350s too. They're an amazing piece of design. They did it really cool. Yes, Dr. Dawkins says, but which of the two types of winglets? It's crazy that the A350 has two winglet types. That shows Airbus have done a lot of, you know, they are not afraid to work on things. Whereas, of course, as we know, Boeing stuff tends to come out and stay the same for a long time. You don't get many updates on Boeing aircraft. Right, 430 knots, 26 miles to go. Not bad. Still doing 8.2. It is a little, struggling a little bit. So let's try out this, let's go a little bit slower. Let's go to VS. Oh, I can't really read what I'm saying. So that's plus 1,000. So if I'm going to demand it does 1,000 feet per minute. and then I have to watch very carefully the speed. Using vertical speed at these high levels, some airliners do it. It has the other name for it. I think I probably said this before. VS stands for very stupid, because you shouldn't be using it up here. The reason is I've told the airplane to target 1,000 feet per minute, and it will do that. The autothrottle system is driving at EPR, so this is a nonsensical way of doing it. Really, what I should do is put the autothrottle system to speed mode. Now, interestingly, there's no way to command a Mac unless I go Mac. Nope. That's something I'm going to have to figure out. Anyway, let's level off first. Altitude alert. Remember that you have to do outsell, or this won't work. Remembering to do outsell is a real pain. Otherwise, it would just sail through the level. Thank goodness they designed this out of most aircraft, except for the Dash 8 Q400 for some reason. Nick says, since you've been long haul, have you discovered any interesting new stuff to eat? That's a great question. Yes. I'd say what I learned that I actually like the food of the Far East more than I thought I did. I didn't really have much of it before, and now I really like it. Yeah. I'm not particularly adventurous with food, but like I'm not one of those people that goes on holiday and then looks to try new food specifically. But yeah, I learned that there's more things I like than I thought, which has been quite good. So there's 38,000 on flight level 380. It's leveling off now, but the thrust is staying at climb thrust, so the speed will start to accelerate. We want to do 8.5. So let's see. I guess I'm going to have to do this. 280 looks achievable, and then I'm going to put this into Mac. I don't know why I wouldn't just put it into speed mode. So let's see. We've got to keep a close eye on this now. I want to make sure that the throttles do start to come back. Yes, they are. That's good. But a bit early. No. I think it's just going to hold the Mach we're at. That's no good. That's too slow. Let's do speed. I want it to hold this. We can't use speed in the descent. That would be no good at all. But I think we'll be okay for this. I want to get to 8.5. Cruising around at decimal 8 in a 747. Ridiculously slow. Now let's have a look at our fuel situation. 11, 9, 11, 9. And the crossfeeds are open. Now let's try and work this out. So fuel is going from here, and it can go into that engine, but it can also go into that engine? What's the point of that? And why is there reserve fuel tucked out there? Fuel's pretty cold as well. That's very cold for so early in the flight. Minus 20 odd. We've already burnt 10 tons of fuel. There you go. These airplanes drink fuel, obviously, at the start of a flight. Crew says you want to go tank to engine. So is that something we would do right now? There is a threshold where you do that. Let me just see. Let's have a look. Now I'm going to read everything I did wrong during the takeoff. Oh, we should have opened the pack valves one by one, 5 seconds in between. But anyway, we got there in the end. Cabin VS is level. 6,000 feet. Very nice at 380. Maximum diff pressure. Yeah, 8 and a bit. See the outflow valves working. Love it. Very cool. So we're at cruise altitudes. Oh yeah, we need to set the limiter to cruise. That is down here. Cruise. That would just adjust the EPR limit. So bring it back a bit. There we go. Still want to make sure it gets to 8.5. Yeah, so all we can do is just set the speed on here as an indicator speed to get the Mach number we want. That's fine. It makes sense. It's not too difficult, especially in level flight. Mach numbers become fiddly when you're trying to descend or climb. So after leveling off at cruising altitude, turn on the supplementary vent fan and recirculation fans 2, 3 and 4. I've done that already. Configure the packs based on the appropriate config. So we have a lot of passengers, so we're going to have pack 1 to half, pack 3 to half, 2 fully open. Oh no, sorry, pack 1 and pack 3 full, pack 2 to half. Okay, so pack 2 can just run at half. See, this is a nonsense having to fiddle around with this. This is done on the 7.8 by you actually type in, once you board the 7.8, you can go and type into the screen how many passengers you've got on board, and then it will adjust all this automatically for you to get the best sort of humidity and flow. There's a whole lot of charts for steps, climbs, fuel management. So, after takeoff, climb and cruise. If the center wing tank contains fuel, override jettison pumps on. The center wing tank does not contain fuel. So I won't do that. Right. If the quantity in main tanks 2 and 3 exceeds the quantity in 1 and 4, it does. Flush reserves tanks 1 and 4. Oh, 9, 10, 11.1. They sort of match perfectly. Cross feeds 1 and 4 open, 2 and 3 open, main tank 1 and 4 off. If the quantity in the main tanks equals the quantity in main tank 1 and 4 plus reserve, that's what we're at now. Main tank to engine fuel feed, cross feed valve 4 close. Alright, that's closed. When the quantity in main tank 1 or 4 reaches 2.3 tons, reserve valves 1 and 4 open. Oh goodness me. So if this drops to 2.3 tons, we're going to open the reserve valves and let that fuel in. This is important stuff to not forget. Again, all of this is automated. Even the A320 does have these sort of outer tanks, but it does that automatically. So we've closed this cross feed. So we've effectively, and these two are closed. Yes, this line is open from number 1, but it doesn't matter because it's not going anywhere. So we are effectively tank to engine now because they've all gone into balance. So that makes sense. During the descent, when main tank 1 and 4 reaches 2.3, we're going to open the reserve valves and open the cross feed valve 1. Goodness me. What a lot of work. It's just to keep the positive pressure, says Crew Rest. Very good. Thank you for your help with that. Now we've got a little bit more there, but that's pretty much in balance, isn't it? Yes, thanks Hayden. If you are enjoying, do please hit the like. It makes a big difference to the channel, of course. Simply Tom says 6,000 feet is the same as in the 787, right? So the cabin altitude in here is 6,000 feet. Yes. This is from the generation of aircraft where you've got proper pressurization. The 777 got worse along with like the A330, and then it improved again now for the 787 A350. One thing though to consider is the 777, especially the 300, although it would go higher in the cabin altitude. So if you took a 777-300 to 38,000 feet, the cabin altitude would go higher. You rarely get there. Its optimum levels are usually lower. The 777-300, you barely get to 370 by the end of the flight. And it starts the flight down at 330. It's crazy low. 787 doesn't do that. It goes much higher, much quicker. And crew rest knew exactly what to do. Just close the number 4 crossfeed. Excellent. Well done. How do you remember that? Inksley says, hi, wondering if you have any advice on becoming a pilot. I'm trying to go via Speedbird future pilot route, and also for those who struggle with maths and science, what's your advice as it's needed? So. It's a big question. Something to remember is I am not as I have not been in the trainings of cadets in a long time, so my knowledge on it is outdated these days. It used to be that there were 2 ways to do it. Now there's a whole load more, and there weren't many cadet schemes when I did my training. So yes, Speedbird Academy, for those of you who don't know, that's a British Airways scheme, and I believe it actually pays for the training as well, which is fantastic. So if you can get onto a cadet scheme, I would always recommend that, because the first job is the hardest. So if you can get yourself into a position where you have an airline that has said that they will take you once you're trained up, then that's what I would do. There are other ways of doing it as well, so don't be too disheartened if that doesn't work out, but always try all of those schemes, because it's just that first job is the hard job to get. One of my tips for getting onto those schemes, it's always the same: make sure you show enthusiasm. So if you just do things that make it look like you really love flying, because they want someone there who loves it and is super interested in it. Because of course, if you're not, you're going to find the training difficult and boring, and you're going to struggle potentially, or drop off the course or whatever, especially a scheme where the airline's paid for it. So they will be keen to find someone who just has this in their blood. They just have to be a pilot. So doing things like work experience around airfields, or having a few trial flight lessons, I always think is a good thing to have done, to show you've been up in a little airplane, to show you really care, you really want to do it. So if those are available to you, I recommend it. There we go, 8.6, going even quicker now. In terms of maths and physics, whilst they are required, check carefully what level they're required to. You'll be surprised that it's not like you need a degree in maths or physics to become an airline pilot. I use almost no maths at all in my day-to-day. It's very simple. You've seen the sums we're doing today. We're going to times our altitude by 3, and then we'll work out a top of descent. And that's about as hard as it's going to get. There is harder stuff during your ground school course, but it's not much harder. It's not shocking. GCSE level in the UK, I don't know what that would be everywhere else. That's sort of age 15 to 16. That typically is what you just need, a good pass there. I wouldn't recommend, and again, check what the cadet schemes and so on demand. Usually cadet schemes have higher requirements, but I wouldn't recommend studying a subject that you think is the right thing to do but you struggle with, because if you have a bad score in that, that's worse than getting a good score in something you enjoyed or were good at. Aside from, like I say, the base requirements, make sure you meet that, and then you can go from there. So that would be my advice on that. Yeah. Simply Tom says, how are you feeling about the introduction of the 777X? I'm hoping it'll be the best of the 777 and 787 when it's finally certified. Simply Tom, I hope so. It's delayed, isn't it? It keeps getting delayed, which is a concern. I don't know a lot about it. I've watched the videos. It looks really cool, and I'd love to fly an airplane with folding wings. I think that's just awesome. But if I'm speaking as a pure 787 pilot, I would say, well, it uses bleed air, and the best feature of the 787 is the air system. So add into the fact that I'm not sure what they've done with the pressurization. Is it the same? Does it have the same higher altitudes, as the 777? Is it as dry as 777? That would be my thoughts, and that's typical of a long haul pilot who spends most of the time not actually flying the airplane but just sitting in it. up in the cruise. That would be my thoughts on the 777X. However, I'm confident that it will be a fantastically powerful and impressive machine, no doubt about that. Rich says that maths is important to a pilot. It is, but again, at a surprisingly basic level. You don't do things like differentiation and so on at work. And like I say, the most maths you'll use will be in your training. But private tutoring or similar, yes. So if you're worried about maths or physics in particular, that is an option. Again, just to get you to that base level, to have the confidence to know you've got that, because you do want that minimum. Megatron talking about what we did with the fuel system. Sorry, my chat seems to be running quite slow behind what's going on. So Megatron says this would be the outer tank fuel transferred eco message, right? Yes, exactly. That's what we have. Sorry, no, it wouldn't. No, when we open up these reserve tanks, that will be the outer tank fuel transfer. Now, this is the center wing tank. What's funny is the 747-400, they actually put a fuel tank in the tail, and you'd have to the fuel would be moved around from there, but that was not done on the complicated panel like this. I think it was just on the overhead. and again added more complexity than it intended to, so it wasn't all that popular. They got rid of it for the 777 family. Just want to have a look at the textures around the rest of the airplane. Trying to remember all the key commands for X-Plane. I hope you're all impressed that we've managed this far. Big cabin, like I say, lots and lots of seats. They didn't have beds and all these fancy suites that you get these days. So lots more seats on board. That's a lovely cabin A. And I'm assuming that's white wine. No clickable lockers in here. This interior cabin shows the age slightly, but of course with that comes good performance. Let's have a look at those engines. Oh, we're too far forwards. What's the best seat in the house? Where do you want to sit when you're passengers? Do you want to sit here, which is obviously harder to do? You've got to pay a lot of money to sit here and see the engines. Oh, that's pretty nice actually. It'd be nice if I could actually get outside the aeroplane. Or do you prefer further back, seeing the flight controls and so on moving? Engines or wings? What do you like to see? Oh, there we go. That's probably the best. Now, how do I quick save that? What's the keyboard shortcut for quick saving here? That looks great. Dr. Dilkin says, not a brown flight deck on the 777X. No, 777X is going to the grey like the 78. I cannot describe how happy I am that I got to fly the 777 in a brown flight deck. To me, that's what an airliner always looked like. Here's that ground looking terrible. That's terrible. Shame. The lighting, even the reflections and so on, are all big steps up from that ground. My goodness. Have I run out of data or something? Did I not load this part of the world? Am I going to find that? Are we going to get... Because on X-Plane you have to choose the maps that you want to load in. I'm pretty sure I chose America. Are we going to get to Los Angeles and just have nothing there? Okay, I'm a bit worried now. Is there something there? Oh dear. Right. What was I saying? Yes, so I'm very happy. But no, the 777X does not have a brown flight deck, sadly. You'd be amazed how little you notice that. When you walk into the flight deck for the first time, you'll go, wow, look at the colour. Why is it brown? And then before you know it, you won't notice. Ingsy says, this is a silly question. There's never a silly question. This is a silly question, but how do pilots check in? Because I've never seen pilots at the check-in counter. Do they have like a briefing room and check in there and then go straight to the plane? Exactly that. Yes. You don't want your pilots clogging up all the check-in desks. And also, we don't need to check in bags most of the time. So but we do need to print out certain things. Speak to our, you have access to different company resources and notices and things like that. So yeah, there'll be a separate room. Sam from Sweden says, does mentioning VATSIM or flight sim a smart choice? Heard there's some kind of stigma against it. That's a good question as well. I wouldn't bring it up. No, that's fair. It's usually, if it does come up with somebody that you flight sim, it's rare. But if it does, you'll talk about it a lot. But it's relatively rare. It's not a typical conversation starter because not many other pilots will be involved in flight simulation in any way. So it wouldn't. It would be a bit of a conversation stopper, more likely. But if someone brings it up or there's a hint, you sometimes get a hint about it. Someone will mention it, and then that's different. Good question. Danish says, you ever come across pilots who suffered from addiction problems like alcoholism? What about someone with a DWI drunk driving record? That is country and airline specific. People suffering with addiction need support, obviously. How do they get there? How do they get out of it? And they shouldn't be flying aircraft in that state. So the way to prevent that is I've not encountered this myself, but I know of schemes and so on to support people. by far the best thing any airline or country or regulator can do is provide as much support as possible so that someone who is suffering from addiction can hold their hands up and say, I've got a problem here, I need help. And then you can take them away from flying, and they won't be afraid of that because they'll know that it's about helping them get back into flying. If you have it set up where it's just a punishing system, where if you're suffering from addiction then you get punished, then there's a risk that people who are suffering from addiction obviously will not bring it up and won't seek help, and then that's much worse. So, it's pretty obvious. I mean, when I say it like that, it just sounds so blindingly obvious, but, for a long time it hasn't been, and there's still issues today in various places with that sort of thing. In terms of having a drunk driving record, that I don't know. You have to do, obviously there's security checks and all sorts involved, so that will be, again, country and airline specific as to whether that is a bar on its own or not. I couldn't possibly answer that one. The Boeing propaganda suggests the 777X will target 20% humidity, which sounds delightful compared to the older Boeings. Yes, so going back to the humidity conversation, yes, that's good then. 20% on the 777X is better than what we get now, isn't it? That'd be really good, in fact. Only some 747-400s had the stabilizer tank. Ah, thanks, Miku. Yeah, that's good to know. Because I expected to find it on this airplane, but yeah, that surprised me. Look at that, 868. And we're not even at max speed. Have we got any power left? No. No, we have run the engines to the max. Fuel flow is off the scale. We are burning 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We're burning almost 10 tons an hour in the cruise. The 777 in this position would be burning 7 tons an hour. So there is a difference. We are going fast though. Now I need to be careful here because we haven't got any FMS telling us our landing fuel. We need to keep an eye on our fuel. We have 41 tons on board. I did take a fair bit extra, but you really drink fuel if you start sitting at the maximum of the airplane. If we just trickle this back a little bit, we'll see that fuel flow reduction, a large reduction in fuel flow to do that. So we might just sit a little bit slower. I don't want to. You can't sit at max thrust. That's just you're just going to drain your fuel. Interesting that the airplane can do it though. This is a very quick machine. Nothing's quicker than a 7.4. Maybe the 380 can be as quick. I don't know, but certainly I don't think Dougal in the 777 is going to be able to keep up if we sit at 8.6. The 7.8 can. 7.8 can do 8.5, 8.6, as can the 350. I think the 400 was even quicker. WAF says, does the 787 or A350 have better cabin air, or are they the same in terms of humidity? I don't know the official numbers between the two, I'm afraid. I know, of course, the A350 has more composite, so I would imagine it's got more humidity than a normal airliner. Does it have more than the 7.8? I don't know. 7.8 is more advanced, it's more composite. I was asking for the key command for saving, and someone said Alt F4. I knew someone would say that. I thought it as soon as I said it. My chat's really slow. I'm sorry, everyone. Right. Talking about wing views. Do we like to sit in front of the wing or behind it so we can see the controls? Dr. Dawkins says... Nick says just behind the wing. Yeah, makes sense. Dr. Dawkins says, I sat at the back of a 777-200 a couple of weeks ago. Could see the vertical stab fluttering in the jet wash. Amazing thing to watch. Wow, I didn't know you could do that from the back of a 777. Although I have been on... I have sat in the back of things like A320s, and if you're right at the back, you can see the stabilizer even there. And this is a huge stabilizer. Look at the size of it on the 7.4. So, yeah, that's very interesting indeed. So you can probably see it out here. I didn't know it would flutter. Don't tell me that. It's rock solid. It's completely steady. Just tell me that. I'm not using map enhancement PTDR. I could see you PTDR, but no, not ortho. I'm so sorry. I'm so far behind the chat. I do talk a lot though. Nick says, reminds me of cabin pressure. So you spend 12 hours flying a plane, then you go home and pretend to fly a plane. Talking about mentioning flight sim whilst at work with other pilots. Yeah, exactly. That pretty much sums it up. So 848, and we got our fuel burn down to 10 tons. Okay. Let's go a bit faster then. maybe our engine limiter is the bigger bar here, and actually the airplane's quite happy at that higher speed. It's just we're not allowed to run the engines any higher. So yes, we departed with 55 tons. Dougal departed with about 22 tons. Fantastic. Dougal dropping back. Because remember, the 777 burns less fuel, but also goes slower, so it burns even less as a result. Oh, Dougal's only 20 miles behind, catching up. Sam from Sweden says, so can we expect a TriStar review coming from you soon? I do not have the TriStar, but I would love to get it as soon as possible, but as it stands, I do not have it, I'm afraid. So no time very soon. PCDR says, install map enhancer on level X plane will look as nice as my extra flight simulator. What I always wonder about X-Plane, so here we go, map enhancer, how does this work on xplane.to? They're usually really hard to install, and I remember when I previously, oh wow, it does look good in the pictures. When I previously tried to add ortho to X-Plane, I never managed. It was a nuisance for a long time. Everyone was very disappointed in my streams because it always looked like this. This is particularly bad. It's a shame because the airplane's so lovely and the clouds are so good. There we go, we're entering the desert sort of area. And I love the scenery in Los Angeles. It looks absolutely amazing, and it's a bit of a shame we're not going to. Well, we're going to see. We've done it in Flight Simulator, so we'll see how it looks in X-Plane. We should, whilst we're here, check. So we don't need Houston. We'll take Los Angeles. Let's do this in the right order for once, actually. Well, first of all, let's just see where we are. There's other aeroplanes. There you go. Dougal's up at 40,000 feet. I think it is. That's pretty cool. So we left Houston. We've done that. We've got a fair bit to go. Probably a third of the way. But obviously we go a bit quicker now. Steady at 8.6. Yeah, we're not at maximum anymore. That's good news. Yeah, well, Enhancer looks great. What does it use? Google Maps? Very nice indeed. Map enhancement is incredibly easy to set up, says Spider Bumble. Excellent. Well, there we go. That's something I've made. Incredibly easy is what I need to hear, or I won't manage. Now I should look for some nav aids, see if we can tune that. Ah, there's our TCAS commander. That's pretty cool. Oh, we'll do 40 miles, see if we can see anybody. No luck so far. Now we're on TAR 8. 7053. That's not right. So it's just working 6652. How did that happen? Oh, there's little INS down here. Is this doing anything? Track 282 at 451? I think it is. Yeah. So, oh, and look, there's a little autopilot interferer. There we go. Maybe that's what I should have been using. Interesting. Interesting indeed. There's lots to learn about how these airplanes are operated. I love that you get one set of thrust levers up here for the pilots, and then you've got another row here for the flight engineer, because they might. It does have an auto throttle system, but it's still set up so that if you didn't, you could just get the engineer to set the thrusts while you're hand flying this monster of an aeroplane. Swappy says, map enhancement is a bit easier to set up and loads quickly than ortho. It also has pro version and looks a bit better. Also back from dinner. Excellent. I hope your dinner was very good. Dougal says, I spent 19 years as a Royal Marine, but still went home and fired up Call of Duty. Same thing. There you go. 19 years as a Royal Marine. Fantastic, Dougal. Absolutely brilliant. Yeah, amazing. Well, thank you for doing that. And yeah, you still like to relax. I mean, you're obviously interested in these things, and it's a big part of your life. So it makes sense that you would also be interested in enjoying it as well as doing it for work. Like I often say, I don't typically. I will sit on Flight Simulator for the sake of the channel and for my making a video or preparing for a stream. Those are the times I do it. I don't really ever do it in my free time much. Although I must say, what tends to happen is I'll pick up an airplane like this. I started messing around with this airplane, and then I'll have a bit of fun with it, and then I'll get it to the point where I can stream it. Even the Contra, I mean, that's way better. But yeah, I like exploring new airplanes, but the PNG 777 is such a great add-on. I should do another video in that. It's been a while. It's been too long, really. Miku says, what I imagine probably would feel a bit weird is if a real-world pilot were to recreate the exact duty in flight sim. Yeah, there you go. Yes, that's a good point. That would, I mean, it wouldn't be weird, but it would. You might. One thing that Flight Simulator is good for is sort of a sense of distance, right? Because it's to scale. So if you know an approach sort of going into Split or somewhere, you can get a sense of the arrival, how much room you have to lose energy and so on. Now you can't judge it entirely because obviously the Flight Simulator aircraft aren't as accurate with energy management. They're not perfect. But yeah, it's definitely something you can sort of see where, oh, actually, we need to configure a bit earlier or so on. So, I mean, after all, pilots go into simulators and practice real procedures. But in your home simulator, it's just a loose idea. You can't tie anything to it. You can't write down any numbers. Nothing's accurate to that sense. You've got to rely on your actual procedures, of course. But yeah, typically I don't recreate my normal job. That's why I love flying these old airplanes. Something I won't get to do. Crew Rest, there's such a wonderful airplane and add-on. It deserves to be flown as multi-crew, and supposedly there is a way, but I haven't done it yet on the Felix or X-Plane for that matter. No, I've never managed that, no. So you need a pro version for Google Maps as well. Okay. Well, if we're going to do X-Plane, I will definitely need to get that set up. We're going to repeat this. Is there a tower view? There it is, yeah. That's cool. There we are. Rocketing along. Don't see that very often for 4 Contrails anymore. That one guy says, if you're allowed to say, how often do you raw data fly, which I think is without auto throttle, autopilot, and flight director? So I can tell you now, on long haul, it's rare. It's really rare. The reason is, long haul pilots, if you think about it, let's say you do 5 trips in a month, which would be a relatively busy. 4 to 5 trips is about normal. So of those 5 flights, there's often 3, sometimes 4 pilots on each flight. So if you think, on several of those trips, you won't even do a landing or an approach. Because if you do it, it would depend on lots of things. But it is entirely possible you won't get to land the aeroplane. So if you think about that, so out of your crew, let's say there's 3 of you, there's a high chance that between all 3 of you, there's 2 or 3 landings in the last month or approaches. So you're then looking at, well, so let's do some hand flying, right? Let's practice it. And you can, and you really can, and some pilots will. it is a good thing to do. But what can happen is, of course, with that sense of so few approaches flown between you all, and then it's now, of course, you've flown through the night, or it is now 2 o'clock in the morning on your body clock. Is it sensible to do it now? And that's what it comes down to. It's a case of judging when you're alert enough to do it. The time to do it is actually on shorter flights, when you get to take a long-haul aircraft somewhere a bit closer, in which case there'll probably only be 2 pilots, and then you'll get more used to it. But yeah, if you're doing long flights, it's a little rarer because, having flown from the UK to Tokyo, the time to start taking out the autopilot and hand flying probably isn't after you've all done a night flight. It's 3 o'clock in the morning on your body clock. It's blinding sunshine where you are. You've been going for 14 hours. You've been at work for 17 hours, But that is not to say it can't be done. If you needed to do it, you could do it. It's just a case of protecting yourself from extra paperwork, really. But again, you can do it, and you would manage. It's just what's sensible, So on short haul, totally different game, because of course you're very recent, you're flying around a lot, and you're flying usually at the right time of day on your body clock. And Nick says, I play driving sims, I drive every day. Do what makes you happy. Yeah, there you go. Very good. Let's see. Inksy says, do you prefer the 777 or 787, or would you prefer flying? I've talked about this a little bit. So I like hand flying the 777 more. I think it's nicer to take off and land, certainly. But once you're up in the cruise, the 787 is a nicer machine to be sat on, definitely. Also has nicer windows and nicer windscreen wipers. The 787 has the best windscreen wipers I've ever seen fitted on an airplane, which doesn't sound like a very important thing, but when you need them, it is. Lauren B says, go way back to the piston era, and the thrust levers would have been primarily the flight engineer's responsibility. Even in many Soviet aircraft, this was the division as well into the 80s. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Yeah, hence these numbers. If you watch Ice Pilots, great series, absolutely love Ice Pilots, you'll see in their Lockheed Electra, the flight engineer typically is handling the thrust levers. It's just too many numbers and little gauges to look at when you need to be flying the airplane. Yeah. They've improved it these days with better designs, less engines, and more advanced engine automation. On the 777, if you were to... if I turn that off? On the 777, if you had the thrust levers set like this, I know you've only got 2 engines, but let's say you're just slightly out, you'll see here, I'm curious actually, 96, 95 and a half, 95 and a half, 96 and a bit. Yeah. What happens is, as long as they're close enough, the 777 will actually synchronize them. So you'll sit there with them slightly skew-if, and it will actually put all the percentages to exactly the right matching thrust coming out of the engines. It's quite clever. Something I to be honest, I knew it did it. I knew it synchronized, but I didn't realize quite how aggressive it was. So you'll sit there, and if you were to just slightly tweak the thrust levers, really you're doing nothing. It just ignores you, which I didn't know. It sort of proves to me that the 78 and the 777 generation are very, very automated, very electronic aircraft. There's no way around it. They're not as they're not a 737. They're not a 747. They are a modern fly-by-wire aircraft, even if the cockpits might not look it. Favorite variant of the 777, 787 is a tricky one. The 777, I don't mind if I'm sat on a 300 or a 200. I don't notice much difference. The 300s land very nicely as long as you adjust your technique accordingly. You can't land them identically. The 200, the 777-300 is one of the longest aircraft ever made. It's almost as long as an A340-600. It's a big machine. So landing it is a bit different to the 200, which has actually got quite a big wing and is quite stubby for its design. I'm surprised there's not something in between the two, really. So if you get it right in the 777-300, it's one of the most lovely machines ever to land. But mostly you don't really notice the difference. It doesn't make much difference your day to day. The 787, again, the longest one, the -10, probably the nicest to ride out turbulence in and the nicest to land. But I like flying the shortest 787 because it has the quietest cockpit. Its fan system's very quiet, so the cockpit's so lovely and quiet. Whereas it's actually quite noisy on the 787 9s and 10s just from the ventilation. The airplane itself is very quiet, the way they designed it, which is a stark contrast to the 747, which has a famously noisy flight deck. You wouldn't think so, because on the ground you can't hear those engines at all, as you saw as we packed it out. But it's something to do with the way it's sat on top here, and the air rushes over the top of this hump, and that can produce a lot of noise. So yeah, famously, 747 cockpit's very noisy. I love this anti-glare. I believe this is so that the light doesn't reflect in and glare on the pilots. Quite how it would, I don't know. Maybe just quite a lot of surface area in front of the windows there. But yeah, that's pretty cool. I love that. Don't see it these days. Yeah, and also it's interesting to me that the reason for this hump is so that they can make this into a freighter. They originally were going to do a double deck all along, and then they decided it wouldn't work because it would cram in too many seats and ruin the cargo capabilities. And it wouldn't be able to carry any freight below, so they went for a much chunkier fuselage, hence this classic iconic outline of the fuselage that we now know. But they left it up here so they could do the door at the front, and they didn't know what to do with this bit, so originally it was just a little lounge or something, and then they worked out, well, let's put some seats in there, and then of course they extended it to increase capacity. Just such a great machine. I love these. I don't actually know what these are. I'm assuming either antennas or very big static wicks. If anyone can tell me what these do, please let me know. You only really see them on this aeroplane. Gene says, what a shame to use the FMS instead of the LTN 92 or the SIVA. The 747 Classic loses all its appeal, and your video too. That's a shame, but yeah, I would have used the INS. We've done it before on the channel, but it's not. I didn't want to take it onto VATSIM and using the INS. It was going to be too much of a pain. As it turns out, there's no traffic, so we could have done it. I thought there might be a traffic, but also I didn't have time to prep all the coordinates. So here we are. Good old INS. But we have done it. I do like it, but the reality is if these were flying around these days, this is what it would have. But if you use it, you'd just be watching me plug in coordinates continuously. We do have one down here running. It is a great system, and it's super satisfying once you get it right. And we've done it quite a lot on the channel, so I feel pretty confident that we could get it going fairly reliably. Just got to remember which of these pages to set it to when you set it up. That's the important bit. I remember that. Crew rest at 747-200 in later years received an FMC similar to the 400, so it's not at all unrealistic. Thanks very much, crew rest. There you go. Make me feel better. And I feel like we've proved our point. We definitely have. I mean, you can check the channel. We've done plenty of streams. We've done a Concorde stream as well using the INS. Now, a good point is made there about there is an alternative system which I have not tried, I have not used, which is the LTN 92. So that is something maybe we could have done, but I have not used it, so I need a bit of time to practice that. LTN 92. But to be honest, that seems like just a precursor to an FMC. The result is you just end up typing coordinates, which just takes up a lot of the stream. A lot of the screen. Kura says, regardless, this is a fantastic stream by a true professional. I don't think this simple technicality ruins it one bit. Thank you very much, Kura. I do appreciate it. Hayden says 787, the best Airbus Boeing has made. Yes, that is a fair sentiment, really. It is so similar. Daddy says, do you think it's too late for a pilot career at 38 in today's market? Already passed my HPLs. No, I trained with pilots of that age, yeah, or older. I mean, you know, if you joined an airline at 42, now they can have you working until you're 65. They got 20 years out of you. I mean, that's not bad going, is it? Vikela says, if there are 3 crew members on the flight deck, how do you decide who does the landing and takeoffs? Like I say, on long haul, which is what it would be to have 3 pilots, it'll be done by who needs to do a landing and takeoff. And I say needs, remember we have to do 3 landings and takeoffs in 90 days. And airlines will have their own requirements aside from that as well. So yeah, because obviously if you said 3 in 90 was the only requirement, what you could do is you could do like 3 in a week and then not have to do any for 3 months, which obviously is not great. So yeah, it will be the pilots will decide amongst themselves who needs to do it, basically. XKF says, it's weird when people bring up the Airbus versus Boeing debates. Oh, I've lost the message. Airbus versus Boeing war when modern Boeings are also fly-by-wire and automated. Yeah, exactly. It's just the way the industry has gone. They're really not as different as they once were. Dr. Dilkington says, any thoughts on sustainable aviation fuel? As part of my job, I'm currently writing a white paper about using household waste to make it. Pretty neat tech. Yeah, I mean, that would be amazing. Back to the future, right? Surely everyone says that as soon as you say that to them. Do I have any thoughts on it? I wish I did. I mean, I'm all for it. Yeah, fill the airplanes with sustainable fuel. Is going to have to. Aeroplanes aren't going to run on electricity anytime soon. The density of batteries and the weight is just prohibitive to an aeroplane design. So I think airplanes will be on fuel for a long time. So if you can make that more sustainable, then great. I suspect airlines will avoid it if it's too expensive. First officer's doing a bit of howling in the corridor. So yeah, it's going to not, airlines aren't going to like it if it's expensive, but if it's getting within the range of fuel prices, then it'd be great, wouldn't it, to swap over? Why not? Ultimately, I don't think I'll see much of it happen. Things happen so slowly in aviation. That's the one thing. So, I mean, when was it that we first heard about sustainable aviation fuel and increasing the percentage of sustainable amounts inside the fuel? It's a very slow process. There has to be motivation. There has to be money to be spent, and airlines are there to make money. And I'm not saying that as a criticism. It's the market. You can't be an airline that just charitably decides that it's going to spend all its money to make sustainable aviation fuel a thing, and then everyone else just uses it because you'll be the one that goes out of business. So there needs to be outside intervention to make it happen, I would say. Lauren V, again, I'm sorry, my chat's so far behind, says there that one of the reasons to keep the freight carrying capabilities of this aircraft viable was because they were worried that supersonic was becoming a thing very soon. So to keep it viable, they need to be able to carry freight. So that's maybe why they kept it in the cargo. Was it ever intended for military use either? I would have thought so. But it never did it? Cinnamon says, surprise stream, did not know you were live. Hello from Germany. Hello to you. Sorry, yes, a bit of late notice. I only got a couple of hours warning. So, yeah, thanks for coming along. Rock, paper, scissors for choosing who does a landing while normal. Yeah. I'm not, so it's funny you say that. So we're going back to who decides who's doing the landing each flight. Because, of course, not everyone realises that the co-pilot will land 50% of the time, the captain will land 50% of the time, but the captain's always in charge and responsible for the flight, but they won't actually always do the controls. That's why when you board an airplane, you'll often hear the pilots say, my co-pilot today and flying you, or whatever, or they'll come on and say, oh, it's my pleasure to fly you today. Rock, paper, scissors. So on short haul flying, when you do lots of flights, it may well be rock, paper, scissors for people to choose which sector to fly. Yeah. Or a coin toss, things like that. Yeah. Because ultimately it doesn't really matter. It's just who wants the enjoyment, who wants to fly into that airfield. Maybe you have family on board, maybe you've never been there before and you want to land there, things like that. That would be the things that influence that. Crew says, we need to maintain currency on both 787 and 777 and it gets tricky. Indeed, yes. So getting your landings in, especially if you're flying two types, even trickier. Freddie says, hi, nice to see you doing a live stream again. Wanted to ask if you're planning to do a full A320 tutorial when it's released. Okay, see if I don't mumble my words. Wanted to ask if you are planning to do a full A320 tutorial when it's released. Yes, absolutely. I'm looking forward to the A320. Yeah, I will try and learn what I can and then get a sort of a... It'll be... it's not going to be as detailed as my 777 or 320 series, but it will be hopefully useful. Because I found people like the tutorials anyway. I am practiced at making videos and explaining them, so hopefully I can help. And I'll only mention the 777 once, twice, or 20 times in a video. Valley says, I wonder when ChatGPT will make its way into the airliners FMC. I hope it will not come anywhere near it. That's what I'll say on that. 747, says Lauren B, was a new design only slightly related to Boeing's proposal for what eventually became the C5 Galaxy. Ah, there you go. I've seen a C5 Galaxy once on the ground. It is colossal. Absolutely massive. I could not believe the size of it. Makes C-17 just look minuscule. Inksy says, how do you deal with jet lag in differing time zones as a long-haul pilot? Great question. Get as much sleep as you can whenever you can. That's all you can do. If you were... So let's say I'd flown from London and we were now coming up to Los Angeles. It wouldn't be this early for a start. What's the local time? It's 17:53 GMT, but local time it's early afternoon, isn't it? Sorry, no, it's morning time. What's the time? It's 9:50 in the morning. To us, it's 6 p.m. Now, no flights from Europe land into Los Angeles this early. They wouldn't land for another 3-4 hours. So you're looking at midnight, and you'd have left early from the UK to do that. So you land, and that's the hardest window. This is something I could talk about all day, and I don't know how entertaining it will be. So I won't. But yeah, dealing with jet lag is very, very hard on long haul. It's something you get used to and you get better at it. But I also think part of it is your body gets used to having that jet lag. What it is you just have to, like I say, grab all the sleep you can. But what can happen is you'll be... And I'm talking more about once you're off the airplane. On the airplane, you have rest periods and ways to manage it. And you'll hopefully have slept before the flight as well. So you do everything you can to give yourself the best chance to get through the flight without feeling too exhausted. If you do feel too exhausted, then you don't do the flight. But yeah, once you're there and it's 2 o'clock in the morning, and I can tell you that's the window that's the hardest. Midnight to 2-3 a.m. on your body, so at home. When it passes that time, which in LA would be late afternoon, oh my goodness, you feel horrendous. So tired. You get cold. I find I get cold. My body temperature drops trying to get me to go to sleep, and all of that stuff, because your circadian rhythm is set up, right? It's inside. You can't adjust it. You can't trick it. You can do your best with a bit of daylight and so on, but yeah, so you find yourself wandering around exhausted. What then happens is, as it gets to like late afternoon, let's say it gets to 9-10 p.m. local time in the West Coast, your body starts to slowly start getting ready to wake up. Your circadian rhythm now tries to keep you awake, which means obviously you don't sleep as well as you want to. So you'll go to bed and you'll get woken up very early and you'll have got just a few hours sleep, and that's very disappointing. So again, it's about managing that and getting the sleep in where you can, whether that's another nap the next day, going to bed early, or a trick I sometimes do is if I have a clear day, go and make sure I get up early, even if it feels a bit tough. Although in the west coast of America you'd get up early naturally, but I will use my day fully, tire myself out effectively, so when I get back I can get a proper sleep in. Lots of different ways around it. Sometimes you don't sleep, but you're resting, you're in bed in the dark, and the rest is enough. That can also help you a lot. Dougal says, I played soccer inside a C5. Wow, that's fantastic. Yeah, absolutely huge thing. That's awesome. I'm surprised the ground was smooth enough though. The one I went on was full of sort of cables and rails and wheels and all sorts of things to fall over. That one guy says, would you ever want to go back to short haul, and if so, which aircraft would you want to fly? Yes, I would like to go back to short haul. I'm not going to stay long haul forever. Which aircraft would I fly? That is a good question. I won't get a choice. Again, most pilots don't. You just fly what the airline you want to work out or the base you want to be in has. But I would, I'd like to fly lots of airplanes. So I love the A320. I'd fly the A320 family, and that's most likely the aircraft that would be around in Europe. That's the short haul airplane. But I'd love to try out an A220 or an Embraer as well. But the chances of that's very slim because, you can't swap airline or whatever just to fly a different aeroplane. It's not a sensible idea. Unless the sort of flying worked for you. Peter DR, it's best if you email me. Email is on my YouTube page because my emails, unfortunately, they sometimes go to junk. I do my best to read the emails and I do check the junk folder. Whereas Discord, I'm terrible. I'm terrible at finding the Discord messages. Hayden says, cannot send a super chat. Oh, that's strange. We had one, so one managed to get through. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on there. But yeah, thank you for considering it anyway. And respond to my Discord DM. Oh, there you go. So I've missed the DM from Hayden as well. So yeah, email I tend to see more reliably. Captain Joe, I only fly the 777 at the moment, but I suspect I'll get a chance to swap around a bit more. In terms of going back to short haul, yes, I would like to, and I will. And like I say, most likely to be an Airbus in Europe. First officer is back. Help out in the cruise. Oh. Hello. I'm not sure what she's so upset about. Lots of things to say today. It's unusual, she's been so quiet for so many other streams. Valley says, I remember it was really weird when I came from Canada via New York and Paris. I could not figure out what day it is and how many days gone by. No. If you fly from the Far East back to the UK, that can have the same effect. I've seen two sunrises. I've seen two sunsets. Yeah, all sorts. If you cross the date line, things get really confusing really fast. I can tell you that. 6 Foot Scream says, how many hours do you fly a month? How long are your layovers? So that depends. But typically pilots will fly, and it sounds low because it's not working hours, remember, this is just actual time with the engines running, basically. Typically 80 to 90 hours in a month. But you'll be at work an awful lot longer than that, I can tell you that. Because, of course, remember, we're at work an hour and a half before pushback. And typically, you know, or 2 hours or 3 hours, you could be traveling to the airport, especially down route longer, depending where you're staying. So, yeah. That's not your working hours. That's just your actual time with the engine running. And you can go up to basically towards 100. Still not bored of looking at this airplane, by the way. Oh, there's an airport. Where are we going over? We have got scenery. Oh. El Paso. Dougal's ETA is about 1941. Thanks, Dougal. So we'll be a little bit ahead. Hour and 40 to go. Wow, long old flight. But yeah, we're not going that fast. 441 ground speed. Where's our true airspeed? Did we get an indicator of that? I don't think we do on this plane. Air temperature, minus 23. Or total air temperature. We've got indicator speeds and Mach, but yeah, there's no computer here that can tell us our true airspeeds. Interesting. I hadn't really considered that. If I look at the flight plan, what was the flight plan? Minus 61 average wind component. Yeah, 3 hour 25 flight. We've done 1 and a bit hours, 1 hour 20 probably. Goodness me, long flight. Still, should be down in time for dinner today. And it's good to have a chat sometimes. We did one stream. We've only done it once. We did a stream where I ended up rocketing along without any delay with a strong jet stream, and it all went too quickly. Sorry for the silence. I'm just tucking into a mince pie. That might sound ridiculous, but I got a whole load on offer when it was the end of the season, and I don't regret a thing. I don't know. For those of you in the UK, Sainsbury's did some of the best variations on a mince pie I've ever tasted this year. So I couldn't resist. They did a frangipane one, salted caramel one, and a Viennese whirl one. Oh my goodness. Anyway, enough of that. Just want to see if we could see the tailplane from the back here, but unfortunately it doesn't let us get the camera close enough. I reckon you could in the real aircraft. As you can see, I can't actually force the camera out there to the side. So this back row would be quite good, I reckon. Also, love it when you can see the contrail sat in the seat. That's always really cool. Dougal says no. Best mince pies are made by Mrs. McTavish. Fair enough. Fair enough. Sixfoot says mince pies are the best. Yeah, they're great. Manny says TAS is above the flight control display. I've embarrassed myself. I regularly do. There it is. 495. So with the ground speed of 440, yeah, 60 knots. That's not too bad. I think that's going to get worse. I think we're flying into a jet stream. Yeah, thank you for that. I was going to say, because it knows the temperature, it knows the pressure, so it should be able to work out the density, altitude, and the true airspeed. So there it is, yeah. Obviously, the co-pilot needs it more than I do. As a captain, I just need to show off my aviating prowess by flying the machine, and I'll let the co-pilot deal with timings and numbers and things like that. Sometimes it's an outsell. and not out hold. I suppose outsell is just referencing this dial, is it? I don't know. Right, any nav aids we can tune? Not that they would show up on this. Oh yes, VORs. Oh yeah, let's do that. So what you would use if you were flying this airplane, and we still use this more and more these days thanks to GPS jamming and spoofing. So of course these days aircraft have GPS and INS as the main navigation sources. So they will fly around with the INS running, which is, remember, a load of gyroscopes that the gyroscopes can tell as they're being accelerated. So what that means is you tell them where they start on planet Earth, and then as you push them around, they can tell where they've moved, and they're very good at it. So that's called the INS or IRS, and we have that on today's aircraft. It's hidden away that this is an old INS system that was a precursor to IRS. And it means that it doesn't need any outside influence. It doesn't need any radio navigate. It doesn't need satellites. It needs nothing. It can tell where it is over planet Earth. It's an amazing invention. The lateral thinking that went into dreaming it up is so advanced. It's just fantastic. And you can see that this is what these dials are for, nav. Modern aircraft then use GPS instead. So that's even more accurate when it works. But it doesn't always work. So they have both systems. But then they also have radio navigation. We still use radio navigation for landing. Our instrument landing system is still a radio-based system, and it's still our most accurate way to land aircraft, which I think is pretty cool. So what you would do these days in this situation is probably be using the GPS and the INS together, but most likely the GPS will be what's used. The most accurate source is what will be used. But what's happening is GPS is being spoofed and jammed a lot all around the world. It is all around the world. So luckily, airliners didn't stop installing IRS systems. So obviously this generation of airplane, this wouldn't have had a GPS when it launched. This would have flown around across the Atlantic without any GPS signal at all. So it would just use those INS systems to fly to coordinates. And as a result, aircraft had big spacing between them flying over the Atlantic to make sure they didn't get too close. And then what it would do is, as it got in over land, it would pick up DMEs. So you can see here we have a VOR DME. So what we can do is, if I tune this 111.2, and that would go up here, 112, and I point that to VOR, it will point to it and show me the distance. So I now know I am on the 010 radial at 17 miles, 18 miles. So you take your VOR and you draw 010 and you go 18 miles on a map, and that is exactly where we are. And that's how you can do it. The most accurate way, because this needle, the bearing, which is this 010, you can see they were passing through the north, it's not massively accurate. What is accurate is DME. DME is a transmitted signal, and then it can measure the timings, and it can work out to very, very good accuracy how far away you are. So what airplanes actually do automatically these days, and the 777 does this, you can turn off GPS and turn on radio updating, and you will have to if you have trouble with your GPS, and then it would take 2 DMEs. So we've got a VOR DME here, Delta Mike November 108.6. So if I put 108.6 over here, and now I have 2 DMEs, 17.9, 11.7. And what you do is you draw the circle, so a DME ring around here of 17, whatever it is, what is it now? 18.2. So you 18.2, and then you do 11.7, and where they meet is where the aircraft is. And that is even more accurate. Even more accurate than the single source. So what these aircraft would do is they'd fly over the ocean using the INS. It's not particularly accurate, and they would drift up to a couple of miles off course, and then they would get in range of VORs, and then they would update that system to precisely work out where it is, and then it would get very accurate again as it flies over land. And like I say, these days we're coming back to that system as GPS gets switched off. Luckily, not switched off, but jammed. Luckily, IRS systems are much more accurate these days as well. They don't drift anywhere near as quickly as they used to. They're very, very good. They use fancier gyroscope, ring laser gyros, and even solid state gyroscopes now. Thanks, Manny Mikes. Will says, how would you know the GPS is not working properly? Kind of a dumb question, but I never experienced this in flight sim. Great question, Will. So you can, if you have the Builds A350, maybe I'll make a video on it. I don't know. I wonder whether it counts as a topic I wouldn't normally talk about. I don't tend to talk about security related things. But GPS jamming is just a fact of life now, and it is in the Builds A350. So there's a few things that tend to happen. Your transponder... Why are we getting brake release there? Oh, that's on the stab trim. So your transponder... You have ADS-B, which is broadcasting, and that will get upset, first of all, usually. Things like your clock, your timings will go wrong, because this clock in modern aircraft will take your GPS signal. Your GPS gives the most accurate time available. Global positioning satellites work by transmitting the time, basically, and then the delay in that, coming from different satellites, will tell... your little GPS on your phone can then work out where it is. It's very, 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 very clever system. So if your time starts to go wrong, that's a good sign of it. You may just lose GPS signal, which is let's see. I don't think we can see it in here. No, because this is such a generic. Okay, position accuracy. So this is what I'm talking about. Position accuracy 0.02, required navigation performance over here. You can put like 1, I suppose. That doesn't work. But yeah, in this 777, it would show you. I should do a video on the 777 really. But it would have a list of GPS positions as well. So the airplane will have GPS position, radio position, FMS position, INS position. It's got loads of different positions. But your GPS positions might just go completely missing, and it will give you a caution as well. You get a Oh, it usually doesn't make a noise because it's not that critical because you've got other systems. But it would show you that. You might find more severe things. So you can get pull-up warnings. The GPWS, certain parts of GPWS use GPS to figure out where it is and whether you're getting near to mountains. So it might go off. That's one thing. Yeah. Luckily, things like airspeed, altitude, they aren't affected. They're not related to the GPS at all. Even if your flight radar trace would show funny things, that's just because that's being spoofed. But you can have it where your GPS signals stay active, and that's when they're being spoofed. They're being tricked into thinking they're somewhere they're not, which is something you need to be very aware of to make sure you know what's going on there. So backing it up with radio nav aids is becoming much more in fashion again. But yeah, the big one is the clock. You'll see the clock, it can even jump. So it would say 1813 and then it would just say 1820. And then you won't, if you weren't looking at it when it changed, you wouldn't notice and you would just think it's 1820. You need to just be aware of it and the other symptoms. Crew Rest says, some of my colleagues used to fly the 742 in real life. They say the INS used to drift as much as 2 to 4 nautical miles between initial alignment at the gate and cruise. Wow. Yeah, I didn't realise it was that quickly. I thought that would be over the whole Atlantic. So they'd obviously fly the SID via VOR, DME, ADS conventional, check the drift, most likely do DME airborne alignment to the INS. Yeah, there you go, that makes sense. And the INSs will... There's different things change how much it will drift. This is pushing my knowledge of navigation. This is from general navigation, which is about the hardest topic you do when you're learning to fly airplanes. Clouds look pretty good though. Depending on your latitude, so where you are on planet Earth, the errors can be bigger or smaller, and they can accelerate or get better. Yeah, there's all sorts. 1154 in front of us. There it is. Yeah, so that's one thing that can happen, where the I think doing lots of turns would make it worse, I think, but I can't remember that. It's called like transport wander. I remember that phrase, but it's not something we spend a lot of time on because it's not something we have much control over. You just have to be aware of these issues. Silent Shark says, does GPS jamming affect TCAS at all? Might be bad if your relative position to traffic is being messed with. No, it does not affect TCAS. Thank goodness. Career says, and they had to do that every Atlantic entry and again at the exit. Yes, which will make sense. So you do a DME update. Because what happens these days is the INS system on the 777, for example, will constantly update using radio nav aids. If you turn off the GPS, it can constantly use radio to update itself, whereas the old school, like this INS we have down here, you would do an update, so you'll realign it effectively on this new, this is where we are now, and then it would go from there and start drifting again. It's a shame, right? With all this awesome desert terrain and we just, yeah, not getting much out of it. I will endeavour to try out that add-on to get it look nicer. Should probably check we haven't burnt through all our fuel with my expeditious flight. 63, no, 31.8, still plenty of fuel, burning it at a reasonable rate. We were planned at 8.5, doing 8.6, so that shouldn't make too much difference. Valley says maybe microwave landing system MMS will also be back. It looked like a nice system. I don't think so, personally, because it only replaced the ILS and it had limited value over an ILS. Felis models it rather nicely. It's just a lot of work with the receiver and a lot of potential to make a mistake. Yes, doing the DME DM updating, exactly. Yeah, we've done it, like I say, and it is good fun. Very satisfying to get right. We'll do it again. Maybe we'll do that in the next stream in this aeroplane. To me, I haven't streamed X-Plane 12 in years. I think I only did 1 or 2 streams in it at all, and I certainly haven't streamed this aircraft Seminole Classic. So I was pretty excited just to get it up and running, frankly. But the receiver's not hard. It's just time consuming. Once you've done it a couple of times, anyway, it is hard at first. I will say that. And now I've said all that, I'll make a huge error with it the next time we try and use it. And the problem then is you get really unstuck, because once you've made a big error, life can get complicated quickly. And that's why it had very strict procedures for its use and crossing the Atlantic and so on. First officer's back again. I'm not sure what she wants today. She's not impressed with me. Also, thank you very much. Learned something new today. Always keep on learning technical stuff. Thanks, Will. Glad to hear it. Gosh, Ed says, hope you're well. A bit late to the stream, but just watched a bit of the startup. Great work there. It looked interesting. Thank you very much, Ed. Yeah, I'm glad it worked out. This is a... This airplane is not as bad as I thought, but it is. The reality is you have to face this panel. You have to do it, and I got lucky because we did this. We did fly this airplane a few times in X-Plane 11. I managed to. Somehow I remembered bits of it. I remembered like this funny little. Well, I say I remember, I haven't bothered to close it, but yeah, I remember this high pump 4 thing, and then, so when the checklist asked me to do something, I could find it quite easily, because this inbuilt checklist is great in this add-on. I absolutely love this, but what it doesn't do, like it doesn't point you to where the switch is. I've said it a million times, that is an amazing feature of Microsoft Flight Simulator when it's available. Engineer gets some really cool things. What's this? I want to know what this is. Vibration? Engine vibration pickup, yeah. Low speed, high speed rotors. That's the vibrations. That's put on the electronic display these days, so they do think that's important. For some reason, body gear steering, it goes into alternate by default. I'd have thought it would go primary. Oh, we can jettison fuel as well. Nicely guarded. Total air temperature. Leading edge flaps. So you can see the flap lights. So they've got a backup display here. Landing gear. Look how many gear down there are. You've got tilt mechanisms on them as well to put them in the right place. Not sure what I'm doing there. Maybe I shouldn't press that. Oh, we're turning. There we go. Now the heading bug doesn't seem to display, which is curious because I'm ever frustrated by having to update the heading bug on the 777 and the 78. Absolutely madness. But interestingly, they don't even have the bug on this airplane. It's just up here, but it doesn't bother showing a bug down here on the HSI. I'm sorry, Ed. I'm seeing these messages all out of order, so I'm way behind. I can only apologise for that. Will says, I wish X-Plane 12 would have ATC add-on like Beyond ATC. I know there's SI, but it's just too expensive. That's the only thing holding you to jump on X-Plane 12. Yeah. I mean, the value in Microsoft Flight Simulator is clear. The amount of airplanes it comes with. But I'm relieved to see X-Plane has improved to this point. And I'm actually relieved to see there are things it does better. It's a joy to set up because it's once you're used to how X-Plane works, it's so much quicker and easier. Getting your controls loaded in is such a simple system. Yeah. There's nice graphical things they've done with Microsoft Flight Simulator for the menus, but they're just slow compared to this. Just slow to use. Dougal says, what are your wins at 380? Any way to view it accurately? Yeah, we can. This is sort of cheating. It's assuming we've set it up correctly. But if we had, you can just go to the wind tab, 252 at 54. There you go. So yeah, 50 odd knots headwind. Dougal's got the same, 54 over the nose. There we go. So yeah, if you'd set this up right, this would still work because it can tell which way you're pointing and then which way you're going over the Earth. So it can then calculate the wind from that. Ed says, when you break down into subsystems, then it becomes a bit less scary. Exactly, yeah. Crew Rest says, 747 is the OG 18 with it. Exactly, yeah. I like that. Yeah, let's have a look at a few other things. So what do we do? We can look at the fuel temperature of each tank, but they're just matching. They've gone down to -20 and then they're sitting there, which is pretty realistic. It doesn't keep dropping. It doesn't usually get to be a problem. Quite why you have fuel heating, I don't know. Can I help you? The first officer is staring at me. What am I doing wrong? I don't know today. She's not happy. Yeah, so these days this is all automatic. Your fuel is done with. They take cold fuel. It exchanges that with the oil. So you'll take the cold fuel and make the oil cooler, and the hot oil will make the fuel warmer. And it goes into the engine. Then we've already discussed our outer reserve tanks, which we will drain into those. Probably not at all on this flight because I don't think we're going to get that low on fuel. We've got our main tanks, and then we have the centre tank as well, which we didn't even use today. On the 777, the centre tank takes most of the fuel. Sorry, no. On the 787 it does, yeah. Pressurization, not entirely sure what I did with this. Altitude, 1,000 feet, pass. I don't know. Yeah, it does change things. So that's, oh, it's 6,000 feet, not PSI. That's why. So 38,000 feet, 6,000 feet, cabin altitude. Yeah, good. Okay, that makes more sense. I'm not sure why you would fiddle with this. I've never fully understood why you have a barrier set. I suppose for landing, for the descent? I don't know. We'll see if it does a descent on its own. Moving up, we've got good pressure coming from the engines. We've got all 4 bleed air, providing loads of pressure going into the packs. We're not running all the packs, but we are running all the fans. Above that, we can adjust all the temperatures. So, pack controls are all auto. bypass valves, inlet valves. You can see these on the Airbus. I don't think you can see them on 777. And you can see the airflow. So Pack 2 is running a lower airflow because we've turned it to. We're running it at half. Compressor discharge, ACM outlet. That's the air cycle machine. That's funny. Not something I heard of on an Airbus, but the Boeing 787 air cycle machines are a real nuisance. They can be quite temperamental. We've got our temperatures all set to auto. I quite like that it has auto. Trim air valve. Not sure. Nothing's told me to fiddle with that right now. And we've got good temperatures. 21, that's pretty hot. So the downstairs is pretty warm in this airplane. Passengers wouldn't really like 23. Usually 22, 21 is where you want it. Power structure's good. We've got galley power, more electrical power, chillers. These are big electrical systems. That's why you have control of them here. All of this on the 777 is replaced by one button. There's a galley and there's an IFE, and there's an IFE switch and there's a galley switch, and you can just turn them off. And that's only used. You don't need to do it for shedding electrical purposes because this has all been automated. So you've got this option to turn this stuff off here. These days, the reason we don't have this panel anymore is because that's automatic now. So if this airplane lost the generator, I don't want to fiddle with it too much because I'll probably break it. But let's say it lost a generator and then it lost another one. I wonder. Let's try it. Go on, let's trip off a generator. See, all the others twitched, and then it's complaining. It's gone into Gen 3 mode. You can reduce it. Now I don't actually know what I'm doing here, but what I'm saying is you have to do it yourself. And these days, and the reason we don't have this panel is it's just automatic. If you lose a generator on the 777, the whole system will shed what it needs to shed. 787, equally advanced, will get rid of what it needs to. 787 has massive amounts of electrical power available to it, though. Much bigger generators than most other aircraft, because it is a very electrical airplane. Electrical brakes, even electrical flight controls in some places, electrical heating on the wings. But that's why we don't have this anymore. Automatic. Same for this. You don't have to match sequences. You don't need to see the kilowatts. It just doesn't matter. It knows, but it synchronizes them for you before you load in. Before you press the button. It's very clever. Still don't know what an engine breather is. It does have. They do have these extra doors. No, they don't have extra doors. I don't know. Hi Graham. Hope you're doing well. Leodri says, I'm begging PMDG to give us a good 747 in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Yes. Ooh, I really hope they do. Talking about microwave landing systems, MLS, Valley says, I understood MLS was cheaper and it could let you design a nav-like approach, very accurately coupled, usually within 0.1 DME, also used in the military. Yes, it is. It is. I believe it's used in the military. But yeah, it doesn't hold any significant advantage in terms of navigation reliability, in terms of GPS, things like that. Will says, would you do a 737 MAX tutorial on the iFly? I thoroughly enjoy your way of doing tutorial for the MD-11 and the 777. Ah, it's okay. Yeah, maybe then. If you like the MD-11 one, I know there's been lots of tutorials out there and the iFly's been around a while, but it's a fantastic aircraft, so I'd love to get back into that. So yeah, I'll have a look at doing that. See if I can remember some of the details of the iFly. Certainly need to do better than I did in my last 7.3 stream, where I really struggled to do the electrical power up. Colourful Salmon says there were a few accidents caused by fuel freezing and ice crystals forming in the fuel heat exchangers. Yes, indeed. That happened on the 777, funnily enough. Not funny at all, obviously, but what I mean is, curiously enough, this aircraft had all these heaters in it. 777 does it automatically, and then it did have an issue, yeah, by operating at a long time at very cold temperatures. Crystals could form, but they obviously designed that out. They changed the fuel limits as well, the temperature limits. The Very Average Pilot says, hello Captain, I remember we had the INS system on the Tornado GL1, but you loaded the waypoints using a cassette tape, just like an audio tape. It saved a lot of time. What I remember anyway. Wow, I did not know that. I've never heard of that. That's awesome. A cassette tape just loaded in. Yes, because it is time consuming. Plunking in the coordinates. Very much so. So yeah, that's cool. The things that were dreamt up to make this stuff work. Dr. Dilkington says, when can we look forward to your SR-71 record attempt? So, yes, I've got that video ready to go. I'm going to check. I've got all the bits for it, and then I'll put it online. It's I'm nervous of that one because my SR-71 video, once you go into certain aircraft categories, like military aircraft, there are very, very passionate fans who know a lot about them. The SR-71 is like its own topic, isn't it? It's like an Apollo simulator. An SR-71 could be an own. You'd buy a simulator just for it because it's so unique and different. And whilst I did my best, and I learned a lot of things making the videos I did, and how to start it up, and how the systems worked, and what I could do with it. Something that I don't do properly is the engine management and cruise, where you have to adjust the intake cone. The cone's automatic, but there's bypass doors that aren't automatic. Anyway. The result's the same. You fly along at Mach 3.2, but I'm not technically doing it properly. So I'm a bit nervous of uploading the video because I think I'll probably get criticism for that. But I think it's fun anyway, and it serves the same point, which is the times and the speed and power of the machine. And, you know, we did our best. Something else I don't do in the video is I don't air-to-air refuel because it would take too long. So we take off with a full fuel load and just climb straight up and go. The real aircraft wouldn't do that because it couldn't climb that high, I believe, due to the fuel. You can't take fuel at sea level and just rise it up to 80,000 feet. It would start to cavitate, evaporate. So that's another thing I cheat on slightly. But I do confess this in the video, to be fair. We're getting some turbulence here. Airplane's lumping up and down. Dr. Dawson says, couldn't believe it when I mentioned it on stream and a week later you made a video on it. Yes, I didn't know it had been released, and I had great fun making the video with it, yeah. Booty says, hi folks, had on pain of death to go and wrestle with an enormous piece of fillet steak, pepper sauce and sauteed garlic mushrooms. Fantastic. A nice Sunday dinner coming up there. Booty says, I miss the Fearless, great flight model. It does have a fantastic flight model, and I know I said it at the start, but the way it handles the ground taxiing is phenomenal. So Nick says, engine breather from a quick Google seems to be a way of venting excess oil, now automated on modern airlines, as you pointed out from the mast at the bottom of the engines. Ah, yes, okay. So that's interesting. It's nothing to do with the sort of the intake then. It's just to do with oil. So you'll see modern aircraft on the ground. 787s do it particularly noticeably. Once they start up, have like a white oil vapor venting out of them, which is quite normal. 777s do it as well, but not as much. The 787 is the most noticeable one. I think the 350 as well. More modern aircraft seem to, I don't know, a bit more visible, and you'll just see it venting out the engine. So that's what that's referring to. Interesting. I don't know what PSIG is a measure of. Pounds per square inch something. I also don't know where you adjust the breather. And there you go, that makes sense because it's below the oil pressure and it's filter bypass. So it makes sense it's an oil related system. I should have been able to sense that. This whole panel's oil basically. Thank you very much. Miku says, the PMDG 737 in FSX was my first proper flight sim aircraft, and now I feel like I've forgotten a lot of how to fly that. Yeah, it happens. My first proper aeroplane was, well, I Captain Sim 757, which was pretty good. Like, I don't think it was missing much systems-wise. Had an FMS and so on, which was a big deal for FSX aircraft. And then I had the... Does anyone remember the A300 B4 200? Was it called Ready for Takeoff? Loved that. Absolutely loved flying that around. And I had the PMG 747 400X, which I also loved. Fantastic thing. That was like the best one I'd used, definitely. The very average pilot says, just wait until you do a jet proper stream. That would be absolutely awesome. Yeah, the very average pilot will be there. So talking here about, I think my inevitable criticisms when I upload a video on the S71, that the very average pilot will be there ready to criticise my my jet prover's abilities, of which there are none. Awesome. How is your jet prover? Is it going to be around flying around this year? I hope so. I'm sure it will be at the shows. Valley says, I understood some airlines keep the passenger cabin warmer to sell more cool drinks. I have not heard that one. That's a good one. I've never experienced anything like that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that. Interesting idea though. I suppose look at the turbulence we're getting. These are almost mountain waves. Yeah, I don't know if the airlines would do that. I've never worked with one that does. Notice, by the way, inboard ailerons working, outboard ailerons locked out now. It's a system that Boeing is stuck with, having ailerons and these inboard ones up to the 787 included. So they obviously like it. Airbus has just gone for one big aileron that has a split in it. What I don't think you have on this aircraft, we'll be able to see on the flight deck, I don't think we have the ability to split them. So they will work coordinated. So when one goes down, the other one will go up, those inboard ailerons. Whereas the 777 can move them all in the same direction, which it does in turbulence. It's very... it's slightly unnerving, but it's very fascinating to see on the flight control page in turbulence on the 777 and the 787. You'll see all the controls going in all sorts of directions as it balances the aircraft out. So it will stop the aircraft rising, stop it descending, stop it rolling, and all of that while the yoke is staying completely still. It's doing all sorts of clever things. Low alleviation function it's called. Outflow valves are pretty closed. I'm super impressed with how nice this airplane looks though in this sim. Ignore the background, ignore the scenery. It's great. And again, if you see it in the rain, it's even better. I think this model is more than worthy of going into Microsoft Flight Simulator in terms of visuals. Obviously systems-wise it's excellent. You see it though, lumping up and down. So to stop this sort of porpoising, the 777 or 787 will actually move the controls up and down to keep it where it needs to be. What it can do though is it can mean that you can... What it won't do is adjust the speed, right? The auto throttle is adjusting the speed. So you'll get these riding these waves, but you won't feel it. Right now, we'd feel this in this aircraft. You can see the altimeters going up and down. The aircraft is experiencing turbulence, although that's quite a jump. I'm not sure quite what it's doing there. But what would happen in the 777 is this needle would stay bang on 0. Those controls will cancel all of this out, but the speed will go up and down instead because the throttles will be a bit slow to react. The Edge Pilot says, yes, I'll be at Riot again with it. Excellent. As well as other shows, including Duxford. I'm camping out at Riot for the full Riot experience. Awesome. That will be fantastic. Yeah. Oh, well, I'll need to come and see it. Fantastic. Crew says they often land west in LA. Yes, indeed. LA nearly always westerly. They do sometimes land easterly, but it's rare. Just because it's right on the coast, so typical, it's always sunny, so they have the sea breeze most of the time. Surprised we haven't had any air traffic controllers contact us. Phoenix and San Diego approach, Ontario. No one's doing LA. We're going to have free reign. LA is such a crazy place, so big. I think we need to start getting ready. We've got about half an hour to the top of the descent, probably. That was the fuel situation. 27 tons, getting through it. We are drinking that fuel. At this rate, would have easily used 40 tons of fuel. Which is absolutely mad when I think about it. For a 3-hour flight. Dr. Dawkins says, just about getting to the beginning of the star, LAX is quite something with what feels like 100 miles straight in. It is indeed. Yeah, essentially that is what happens in Los Angeles. So let's get the arrival. I wrote it down, Hollywood 1. Now this is cool because I don't get to come approach usually from this direction. So we're coming in by eastwards. No controller for now. So let's choose the wrong approach as we always do. So let's go for 25 left. So we're going to go to Seaview, and then from Seaview in. So as you see, it starts all out here, which is that's usually a 25-mile ring. So 50, 75, 100 miles out. You're on the start, and then we'll just be all the way into Seaview and then onto the RS. Lots of constraints. Now we're going to have to try and do this ourselves because you'll see that this it does have them here, but we have no VNAV mode. There's no mode that's going to let this do this for us. So this is going to be a very much case of making sure we know what our next waypoint is and what the restriction is when we get there. So I might need some help with that. If I'm busy in the chat, do remind me. I'll try not to be. Starts are pretty straightforward. We'll be descending down below 320 at Hollywood, so I'll probably descend to 320 before we get there, and then get below 300. What I'll do is I'll just set these bottom windows and aim for the hats, really. That's going to be the easiest way through this. Seaview, 270 knots, so that's this 280 at Bruin, so we're going to get the speed back as well. 270, 12 and 14, and then it just carries on down here. Loads of restrictions, 10,000, but these aren't actual level restrictions, so we'll just join the ILS like that. We can set this up. 251 is the course, 1099. So let's do that now. Inbound course, 251. 251. 109.9. So that is done on our nav radio panel, which is down here. What am I talking about? Of course it isn't. It's up here. 109.9. because this is an RNAV approach, so there's no way to fly this. You can see there's no VOR this is based on. It is just, this is what it is. Towers online, says Dougal. Fantastic news. Dougal said, US SIDS and stars are as big as the UK. Indeed, yeah, they are. KOSO says, as an LA native, I've always wanted to do an east flow landing to LAX. Never once have I been so lucky. No, it's so rare, isn't it? I've never seen it either, but I don't go there very much. So if someone who lives there has never seen it, then even more so. Yeah, there's no way to fly this rival using RNAV. Using radio navigation, sorry. But there are some, you'll see here, that don't have the RNAV appendage. So I'm just curious. So if you look at this, VOR to a distance. So once you pass the 157 radial from Seal Beach at 30 miles out, or 30, in fact 30 miles out, 6,000 feet, and then track 294, which is based on the VTU VOR, which is obviously up here somewhere. You know, you can do it. It's complicated stuff. It's good fun. It is good fun. It's not really appropriate for VATSIM, but you could ask to do it. To do this sort of stunt, what you do is we've done it before. We've flown the 737. I mean, maybe we've got to do another stream, I think, where we do this, but it'll be quite a handful on this approach. Because it's not just VOR to VOR, it's getting the right distances, crossing radials, picking up new ones, so you have to balance it very accurately. And what this doesn't do, this takes you out to the ocean. Oh, it does sort of line you up for an RS, and then radar vectors to final. There you go. So yeah, it doesn't get you all the way down. That's quite common in America. I wouldn't actually know. The other problem I've got is I wouldn't know which one arrives from the southeast. Definitely on that one. There you go, probably this one by Julian. So you track outbound on 303, you do that for 55 miles. Then you track outbound from Homeland at 285, or sorry, inbound to Paradise, 285. And then you would go to Arnes, Bassett, Radar, and that would drop you off onto the RS there. Would it? It's pretty high. No, it wouldn't. No, this is for easterly as well. Yeah, 9,000 feet. Okay. Radar vectors, there you go. So you could do this arrival, the Julian. Take you out to sea, fly down the coast, and then get radar vectors in. I'll leave that chart there. I don't mind doing that if they give it to us, but we are perfectly capable of flying this one. But yeah, just a lot of tuning, course adjustments. But in this airplane, you can get it to fly course. You just put it into VOR lock mode, and it will fly the course. You know, it's that side of it's pretty straightforward. Altitude alert there. Some real turbulence. What is going on? Luxury Green says, read that the 747 typically consumed a gallon of fuel every second in cruise, similar to the fuel flow of the Airbus A320. Just amazing how thirsty these planes are. Yes, it is crazy, really. Google says, I did an easterly arrival at San Diego many years ago. Quite unusual back then. Yeah, very unusual at San Diego too, for the same reasons. Silent Shark says, a question about when you should select stars and runways. I've been leaving them unset until ATC tells me which star to use. Then I use ATIS to find the runway and set the FX. Is that right? So, yeah, that's fine. Absolutely. It's not uncommon for pilots to select the star On the 777, you can do it on the ground and on the Airbus as well. On the 787, you actually wait till you're in the air. Weird quirk of the system that's got in there. But you would set the arrival and you would make an educated guess. So I know Los Angeles is typically going to be westerly, so I've got it set up for a westerly landing on the runway I expect to land on. Coming from the south, I think I'll land on 25 left. You'll get an ATIS. The ATIS won't tell you in America which runway you're landing on usually. It will just give you a whole list of runways, but again, you'll put in your best guess if anyone knows, if your company has documentation that might advise you. Then your star, I know roughly the star because I know what I've filed my flight plan on, so I know I was coming in by the Hollywood 1 or by a Hollywood, and there is only one arrival. So that's why I would load it all in. The reason to do it is it helps with your fuel planning. Now, that's not so true on this airplane, where if that wasn't loaded in, our information state wouldn't change much. You'd still going to have to be calculating your fuel flow, your distance to go, how much fuel your flight plan had you having at this waypoint, which we can do. If I go to my flight plan, which unfortunately I've downloaded the wrong one for you there. So what waypoint are we at? We're coming up on Wolven. Sorry, I'm getting there, I promise. Wolven, we were meant to have 18.2 tons of fuel on board. We have 25.5. So we're pretty flush for fuel. 5 tons extra is pretty good going. So yeah. So we so talk about selecting citizen stars. Sorry, yeah. So we worked it out ourselves here. But in 777 or 78 or an A320, if you have the arrival in, it will tell you a reasonable landing fuel and time, and distance to go, and top of descent marker. Of course, it wouldn't do that if you had not put in the arrival. But you don't need to. If you're confident that you've got enough space and you can work it out anyway, then you don't need to put it in. But most pilots do for that reason. Also, something about long haul planes is that they have TVs in the screens for a lot of passengers, so they will be seeing an estimated arrival time. So it's quite normal to put in an arrival and so on, so it all looks pretty accurate. I'm not 100% certain that system is based on that, but anyway, not something I think about much. Google says, I see the PMDG 777 is suffering a lot of WASM crashes again lately. So frustrating after a long flight. Oh, that's a shame. I did not know that. That would be frustrating. Inksy says, would you ever do a face cam video and a video explaining your personal flight journey? I think I agreed I'll do a face cam video at 1 million subscribers. So no, it's not really on the cards. But if I get to 1 million, then YouTube can become my career, and I would be quite able to do that. Yeah, so Silent Shark, there's a great question asking about the FMS. So yeah, you're doing the right thing. I would personally put one in. The other reason to put one in is so that you've got something in there, so the airplane will navigate towards the right area. But the downside is, of course, if you set up the wrong thing and then air traffic calls you up and you forget that you've got the wrong thing in there, that gets awkward, right? Or it looks similar. So let's say Hollywood 1, so we think we're going to do the Hollywood 1, we put in the Hollywood 1, and then actually air traffic clears you for the Hollywood 2, and you go, yeah, Hollywood 2, and you look in here, it says Hollywood, and you go, yeah, we got the Hollywood. And, again, it sounds like it couldn't happen, but trust me, anything like that can happen, because that's life, that's mistakes, that's flying, that's why we have 2 pilots to catch these things, an airplane to catch these things, air traffic to catch these things. That's why it's so safe. But, yeah. So you could trip yourself up if you put in the wrong thing and it's very close and then it's wrong. But I would say that risk is lower. Or I would say that's a very minimal risk. You can mitigate that risk by being very careful with it when they do clear you. Make a very conscious check of what you've actually got in the box. Lots of drift on now. We have a strong crosswind here. It's making some serious banked turns. What's the bank limiter? It doesn't seem to have one. So they managed to add in a switch on the 777, the bank angle limiter, and the 78 still has it, unbelievably. Something that's completely automated in a A320. Dougal says we need an FO face reveal, and Rich says the FO is on Captain's website, Siamese, which explains the chatty nature. Yes, indeed. Yeah. She is. She's not as shy as me. She's also appeared in some unboxing videos. I don't think she was in my last one of the Echo Aviation Controller. If you fly on a laptop or a computer on your sofa and you don't use a full setup, then I highly recommend taking a look at my Honeycomb Echo Aviation Controller video, because that's an amazing thing if you don't want to use a full setup. But yeah, the FO has appeared in quite a few of those videos, just usually at the start for a second. I do have a picture of her with the silver 100,000 subscriber plaque, so I might put that up as well. I keep meaning to post that. But yeah, she is very chatty. She's actually curled up now asleep. I know what's going on. I know why she's complaining. The rest of the house has gotten a bit cold because, of course, it's quite a miserable cold day here in the UK, and she doesn't like that. She likes the warm, obviously, and the warmest place in the house is sitting with me at the computer because of the heat it's pumping out. So I think that's what she was complaining about. But she's finally decided to curl up in here, go to sleep for a little bit, because it is nice and warm. Dougal says we had a gorgeous Siamese and he got stolen. That's awful. Well, I'm horrified to hear that. I didn't know that was even a thing. Oh dear, terrible. That is terrible. I can't even imagine. No, awful. Awful. Yeah, sorry to hear that. 6 Foot Scream says dog gets stolen too. Yeah, I had heard that dogs getting stolen. I had not heard of cats. I mean, cats they're everywhere. They're so accessible. You wouldn't think they'd be, but I suppose Siamese is a pedigree. I don't actually know. Well, no, I think she is a pedigree. But well, I don't know what you call a cat. Is a cat pedigree? I don't know. But yeah, Siamese cats are very chatty, it seems, as I've discovered. I'd like to see a bit more wing flex on this. There is a bit. I think the 400 had the biggest wing flex. Dougal fosters rescue dogs. Excellent. Oh, good for you. Caught people trying to steal a lurcher. Didn't end well. No. That's not good at all, is it? Awful. Vucci had a blue point. Henry, you could hold a conversation with them. Real lunatic of a cat. Yes. Yeah, you can talk. And the FO will talk, and she says very specific things. Like, you'll hear the meows. She knows she's got a particularly distressed howl she can do when she knows she really wants your attention. She's got a sort of a happy one, she's got a sad one, she's got a frustrated one, an annoyed one, a grumble. Yeah, she's got loads of words that she knows we react differently to them, so she's learnt to use them like that, like a little language with us. It's quite amazing. Because I heard that cats don't meow to each other. It's not something they do. They hiss and make growls and things like that, but they don't typically meow like they do to us. It's just something they've learnt to control us. 6-foot Scream, are you a load controller by any chance? Does your airline use centralized load control, and do you ever call them up, and how do you like your load controllers? So, I don't want to reveal too much. So what 6-foot Scream is talking about there is load sheets. So that's a big topic, something you do a lot of learning to fly, and something you do nothing of once you're an airline pilot. Load calculators in here, and then you can show a load sheet. And this is actually a pretty good representation of sort of generic airline load sheet. It's quite small, they're usually a bit bigger, but what it does is, sadly this doesn't include, you have to actually type it all in here. So the load controllers will have all the passenger numbers, and then they'll put the freight in, and they'll try and make it fit in the airplane in the right cargo hold, so that the weights will work out, and that the airplane's in trim. They'll be aiming for a good trim, so it's called load and balance. Loading is the weight, so that you can only go up to a certain maximum weight. There's a structural limit, and then there's a performance limit. So there's the maximum weight the airplane is allowed to do for the wings and the landing gear and all the bits to not get fatigue and crack. And then there's a balance. And then there's a performance limit, which is, well, what can we actually lift today? If it's 50 degrees Celsius and you're taking off out of Las Vegas, then you're not going to be able to take a full structural load, because the engines won't have and the wings won't have the performance to get the airplane in the air. So you'll have another limit. So the load team needs to know about that if that happens. And there's quite clever systems these days for making sure that they know in advance. But yeah, so I find load controllers to be very good, very professional, and they're very helpful whenever I've had to speak to them. Do occasionally have to speak to them about something or change something if something has changed and they don't know about it. But I've always found them very good, very responsive. We used to do this ourselves, and I've worked in airlines where we could do manual load sheets where it would look very different to this. It was a big sheet of paper with lots of little squares, and you could work through it and write in your numbers and add them up until you had a weight and balance for your aircraft, and then you could go. But it's a very important part of getting an airliner in the air, this, because the balance section is so important. Let's say all the passengers were sat in the front, and then you put in all your cargo in the front. The airplane could be too nose heavy, and if it's nose heavy, it needs to be flying faster to get in the air, it needs to burn more fuel, and it might struggle to even stay in the air. If it's tail heavy, everyone sat at the back and all the cargo goes in the back, it could tip on the grounds. Some aircraft do that, A321 Neos, I'm looking at them. But also the balance can make it aerodynamically unstable. If you look at an airplane on the outside, it's hard to believe, but it's very possible to make this airplane unflyable. And sadly, there is a shocking video of one that did do that, where all the weight shifted to the back of the cargo plane, all the weight shifted to the back, and then it's unflyable. You don't have enough control over the elevator. There's not enough air and power in that control surface to actually drive the nose of the aircraft down, to keep the nose down. So all the weight goes back here. You get a huge downward pressure on the back of the airplane. The nose tips up, and there's nothing you can do. You can't. There's no control at the back that can force it down again in time. And we've seen it. It's one of the most shocking videos I've seen. It haunts me because the pilots had no control over it. It was a piece. I think it was a big jeep or tank or something here, or in the cargo hold, and then it came loose and rolled to the back of the plane. And of course, by doing that, it shifted the weight of the airplane far out of limits, and the nose just came up. And then, of course, once the nose is up high and you've got no ability to push it down, what happens? The speed washes off, your wings become big air brakes, and then it's just sat there vertically, and what it did is it just toppled into the ground. Awful. Likewise, too far forward, it's the same. The airplane wouldn't get off the ground. If the tank rolled, or a massive weight suddenly appears at the front here, you haven't got enough power to keep the nose up, and the nose will drop and it will go down. The difference with that is, too far aft is more dangerous than too far forward. Too far forward, if you're going fast enough, you can actually do something about it. You'll get some control over the elevator because you're getting more and more airflow. But obviously, the risk is you won't get in the air at all. So on the 777, we have two. On the 300s don't have this, but the 200s have a procedure where you can actually use different performance numbers if your CG is aft enough, because an aft CG is actually good for performance. It means the airplane can find it easier to get into the air. So if you have the CG balanced further back in the airplane, then you're allowed to have a little more weight on takeoff, so you get better performance numbers. So what the load controller's job is to do is make sure the CG is in that range. So that's something they will be doing. That's a very 777-200 specific thing. I don't know if the 777 ever had a system like that, but it allows you to carry an extra couple of tons of weight, which, if you were performance limited, could be quite a lot. Obviously, it does make a difference with the structural. So yeah, so lots of things talking about the balance of airplanes. You'll see as well, this airplane is quite nose heavy in general. If you look at it, you've got the engines, which are heavy, quite far forward. The wings attached quite far forward. You've got the nose, you've got the second floor at the front, and you've got the fuel in these wings in the centre. You don't have the tail tanks. So that's why in the 400 they did, apparently only on some versions, put a tail tank in. And the point of that was you would get in the air and then you could balance the fuel into the back, move that central gravity, move the weight back in the airplane, and that way the tail, which currently is producing negative lift, right? It's pushing the nose of the airplane up by pushing itself down. It's producing a downward lift. If you move the weight further back, it doesn't need to do that because the weight does that. So it would actually go to the neutral position, or even generate lift would be ideal, wouldn't it? If the whole back of the airplane is just doing a little bit of lift, it would mean that you're not wasting fuel on having that downward vector that you're fighting. It's quite a strange thing, aerodynamics. But anyway, that's a very simplified version of it. But these days, you'll notice, if you look at a 777 or a 787 or a 350, you'll notice that the balance is all sort of different. They're done in a way where everything is very centralised and they're trying to keep that trim back. Still though, beautiful looking airplane, isn't it? Can't get over that. Six Foot Scream says, so Six Foot Scream was a load controller. There we go, excellent. Well, yes, no, I like load controllers. I can say that. they help us an awful lot when it comes to it. Dougal says, we've rehomed 136 dogs in 16 years. That is fantastic. Well done. Must be very satisfying. Quite something. Inkchi says, when a plane is turning above 10,000 feet, do you turn on the seatbelt sign or only if it exceeds a certain amount of bank? No, because you wouldn't feel a turn like that as a passenger unless you look out the window. They're so gentle in the cruise, absolutely no need to turn the belts on, no. George says, my British Shorthair is talking to me. So cute, yeah, they are. Cats are very cute. Two Sausage Dogs and a Basset Hound says, hello, managed to catch the live stream. Hello to you, thanks for coming along. Inksy says, what's the difference with the seatbelt sign being auto or on? I think we just have on and off in this aircraft. Auto position is usually used on aircraft as a backup, where it will turn the seatbelt sign on, so on an Airbus when the slats come out, things like that. So it's just a backup in case you forget to turn it on, so that it does come on before the aircraft lands. Really nice feature, actually. KOSO says, now talk about lift pressure distribution above the wing and its relationship to angle of attack and airspeed. So, wow. If you look at the wing, it has a chord, and I'm sure a lot of you will know that as the air goes over the top of the wing, it accelerates due to the Venturi effect. So that accelerated air loses pressure. It's lower pressure. It has to go faster to get from the front to the back in the same time as the bottom bit gets from the front to the back. So it accelerates. And as it accelerates, it loses pressure. That lower pressure above the wing allows it to then lift up into the air, right? There's different ways of viewing this, I believe, depending on who you talk to. But you could think of fighter jets, they have symmetrical wings. So how does that work? Well, it's sort of the reason we're slightly nose up. The air is coming along, it's hitting the bottom of the wing, providing higher pressure under the wing, lower pressure above the wing. I think that's an easy way to think of it. Just like if you put your hand out the window of the car as it's going along. Although I don't recommend doing that because obviously you might lose your hand. But yeah, that's what's going on here. That's how the wing's moving. But it's not all as simple as that once you go at these speeds. We're doing Mach 0.86. So you've got a centre of pressure, which is where this force is acting through. Just like central gravity in the airplane, where the weight acts, there's a central pressure above the wing where that acts. And as you accelerate, that central pressure starts to move around the aeroplane. It actually starts to move backwards. So it's part of the reason swept wing design works for high-speed aircraft, because it allows the central pressure to drift backwards. I believe, I might be rubbish on saying now. This is beyond my scope as a pilot only, not an engineer. But what happens with aircraft with high Mach numbers, going at Mach 8.8 and so on, is that move backwards, which creates another problem with the trim. So you get Mach tuck as you get close to the speed of sound, where the nose slowly drops because the lift comes from further and further back on the wing. You've also got, weirdly, a stagnation point, it's called, on the leading edge of the wing. And it will sit right where the air separates evenly, so right in the middle of where it's sitting over the top and bottom of the wing is the stagnation point. And if you've ever seen it, you probably haven't. You'd have to be sat in the front and pay a lot of attention. And also, ice doesn't build up on these aircraft very often. So if you look at things like the turboprops or the aircraft I used to fly, or even the 320, which gets more ice than the long-haul aircraft, I would say, probably due to its slightly slower speeds, the ice build-up will build up in that stagnation point, bang in the middle of the leading edge, where the air is sort of, like I think it's in the name, it stagnates. Obviously, it doesn't actually stagnate, but there's for some reason a phenomenon there where it's, because there's no flow directly, ice can then build up. Whereas obviously the ice can't build up on top of the wing because the air's flowing straight over. Now lift pressure distribution above the wing in its relation to angle of attack and airspeed. Yeah, so with airspeed it's going to move further back, I believe. You've also got other phenomena. So you've got span-wise flow. So the air is trying to move, not just, it's not perfect. It doesn't go straight over the wing, top down. The air doesn't go, if you look at its engine, it doesn't go from here. Oh, it's painful. Loud. Sorry. Thought that might happen. Let me have a little. Oh, I'm struggling to set it up myself because I can't listen to my own stream while doing it. Let's see if that's any better. But yeah, so the air doesn't run from the front of the wing to the back. It actually will try and move across the wing. So you'll see some things in the wing called chimes and so on, where they will adjust the flow and stop it from drifting off to the side. You'll see that typically on fighter aircraft, some older airliners, they've managed to design it out of modern aircraft. But this is what causes wingtip vortices. So the air under the wing is going outwards as well as front to back. And as it goes outwards, it then gets to the wingtip and it's trying to get to the top. Remember, the top has lower pressure, so the air underneath the wing wants to be on the top. It's trying to balance itself out, but the wing's in the way, and that's how we're lifting the wing. And that is going to move out to the edges, and then it's going to try and flow over the top. And that's exactly what this airplane would be generating, massive wingtip vortices, which are very inefficient. They cause a lot of drag. But that air is coming off the bottom of the wing, and then it's trying to go onto the top. But of course, we're moving forward, so it just swirls, and you get these big vortices off each of the wingtips. Which is why they added winglets onto the 747-400 and most modern aircraft. They don't do it on the 777-300 or the 787 because they use a blended wing now, Boeing. They prefer a blended wing system where instead of having a vertical winglet, they just have like a horizontal one. Enjoy your dinner at Wild Womble. Thanks for coming along. Peter DR says, only the outside view. Yeah, it's quite common. The inside of this airplane is very quiet, actually. I'm just going to see if I can get the audio. I want you to be able to hear something in the cockpit, so I'll try and balance it. I won't spend too long talking outside. I typically don't for this exact reason. This happens all too often. Anyway, I think I've done enough aerodynamics, which clearly I don't know enough about. Been bumbling my way through. Dougal says, is it possible to briefly explain when or why 777 would use flap setting greater than 5 for takeoff? Of course, and that is exactly the same as how any aircraft would do it. You'd use a higher flap setting for performance limiting issues. So short runway, tailwind. These would be two reasons to have higher flaps. So I've taken off flap 20 in 777 300s and 200s, and you'll do it because of a tailwind usually. It's just about giving the aircraft enough lift to get off the ground in the runway space sensibly. Once you're in the air, it's the opposite problem. Once you're in the air having flaps out, it will help with the very short range climb, so if there's an obstacle at the end of the runway, but it will cause you more drag if you have an engine failure, so it's a balancing act. So a nice long runway with an obstacle quite a way away, then you would go with a lower flap setting, but a short runway or a runway with a tailwind, things like that, then you'll use more flap. So it's not uncommon, especially on a 777-300, which is obviously a big aeroplane, a lot of weight to need to do that. Right, well, in all that talking, what I managed to do is fly straight through our arrival. There we go. So, we are going to need to do some work here. Actually, what we're going to do is do a little bit of an orbit. So let's go. Let's practice this autopilot use. How did that happen? Let's go into heading mode. I'm going to make a... we'll do a left orbit rounds. Let's go left all the way rounds to east. And we're going to get to the day point at 17,000 feet or above. So let's put 17,000 feet in the window. It's safe for terrain. 17,000. And then I'm going to put outsail, which we've got. And then let's go to IS, which disconnects the auto throttle system. And then we can bring the throttles back. We're going to idle. And it should try and maintain the current airspeeds. Powering back. Descent starting. Right on top of a hold. We are indeed. That would have been a much better way of doing it. I haven't used the hold in here, but does it pretty easy actually. Yeah, actually you're right. Let's go to sea view and hold. That's going to be by far the best way to do this. Very good point. Well made. Sea view, execute, and then I'll put it into INS. The only thing is, let's put in the hold. New hold, sea view. Luckily this is a very Boeing based FMS. It's on an inbound course of 250, left turns 10 miles. Big hold. 250 left turn 10 miles, it's already in there. Hold at sea view. Okay, so the hold is in. Good. So let's do that. Let's bring the speed back because this is a ridiculous speed really. So we're at idle thrust. I'm going to follow our friend's trick from earlier. We'll go to vertical speed. Do 1,000 feet per minute and deploy the speed brakes. Now we have to be a little bit careful. We're very high up, so we can't actually reduce the speed too much. So let's go there for now. Put it back into Mach. And do Mach 7.7 for a little bit as we descend. That'll be why it has such a nice big hold, because it's quite a high up one. Just trying to wash off some energy out of this thing. Nicholas says, the explanation of lift you gave and one which is most commonly taught at flight schools is a bit incorrect. Yeah, that's why I did say there's different theories on it and quite what's causing it. There's the idea of, is it because of the low pressure or is it just because of the flow redirection? There's different techniques. Yeah, there you go, as Nicholas says. Right, so we're heading back to sea view. We want to get there. We're meant to be there below 14,000 feet, so that's the problem. That's why you would. I sort of thought I'd take ourselves off because we're not going to make it down to that. But I think we'll forgive ourselves today. We were talking about aerodynamics. Now it's still holding a Mach, so let's go to IS. I think we can do 250 knots now. Wow, speed brakes. Not very big speed brakes on this airplane. I'm surprised. We also have a checklist to do. Let's put the seatbelt signs on. Let's just run it.
Approach checklist, please.
Seatbelts and shoulder harness.
Check.
Seatbelts and no smoking signs.
On.
Anti-ice.
Off.
Exterior lights.
Check.
Outer brakes.
Yeah, fine.
Hold on.
Ah, yes. So, landing performance. Amazing. We've had such a long flight. How did I manage to talk about aerodynamics for that long? Oh, dear. So, what is our current weight? Let's get that in. In fact, we can just load it from the sim. From the sim, landing on runway 26. How long is the runway? Sorry, it's 25, isn't it? Oh, we don't have an airport chart, that's why. Airport. 25 left, 3.3 kilometers. Doesn't have an inset threshold. Heading 250. Load it from the sim. Loaded the weights from the sim. So, reverse, operating all. Spoilers auto. Landing distance with medium water rate 1900. Minimum 2500 meters. Oh, I think we can actually go minimum.
Low.
Radio INS switches.
Hold on.
So, radio INS is currently set to INS because I'm using it to navigate. We would set it to radio as we get closer. Although I wonder if we could still navigate with that. But obviously this checklist wants them both set to
Radio.
radio.
Damn. Thousand level off.
Flight director computer selectors.
Check.
So the
Brake
checklist is
pressure.
working in the background.
Check.
Altimeters.
1013.
Data, EPR and airspeed bugs.
Set and cross check.
Seatbelts and shoulder harness. Check. Fuel panel. Check. Fuel heat.
Come back to 250.
This.
Fuel heat needs to go off. Let's put the speed brakes away. Loads to do here. Fuel heat off. Yeah, there's more than one switch.
Off.
I'm so confident there.
EPR computer. Let's see. Go around.
EPR ready for go around, which makes sense.
Cabin altitude.
I'm going to swap it over
Check.
to speed mode.
Circuit breakers. Check. Approach checklist completed.
Now here we go. Got to be careful because the autothrottle system is not re-engaged, so speed is going to drop off very fast. So I'm going to engage the autothrottle to hold that speed for a little bit, and then we're going to carry on with our descent down to 14,000 feet or above. Oh look, you can see the other traffic on it. That's amazing. Of course, we are not doing that. Ba-ba-ba. Not sure why. Back to heading mode we go. This is right. Yeah, I'm not particularly sure about this X-plane default FMC, but anyway, we're going down to 12,000 feet. In fact, is our safe altitude. So 12,000 feet. Put that in. We'll go into vertical speed. Let's do 1,500 feet per minute, and we'll put in the weather. .3004. We're obviously going to an altimeter. 3004. 3004. Good. Okay. Let's get back in control. We're safe for terrain. We know we've got plenty of fuel. The MSA is high in the area we're in, but we're descending into a bowl, as it were. So we're going to go down to 12,000 feet on that procedure. There is higher terrain around 13.1. So we do need to be a little bit careful what we're doing here. 10.6 is the MSA here. So we're fine at 13 as long as we don't go too far past Seaview from now on. Let's slow it down. Let's come back. What's the speed limit at Seaview? Oh, Seaview's 270. We made up a bit of time on this flight. That's what happened here. I don't know why it didn't enter the hold. Lauren B says you can almost grab the ILS from Seaview. Yeah, we can, exactly. We do have the hold, you see. So in the legs page, Seaview, and then hold at Seaview. It just kept going. There you go. So Nicholas is saying a wing redirects the air downwards, and the third law, it pulls it up. There you go. So, yeah. I believe there's just different schools of thought on it. Okay, 12,000 feet. We've got outsell. That's fine. We're in a sensible area. We're coming back to Seaview. And we'll be moving on to the ILS. Where's Seaview? It's over there. Okay. So let's just... did I not hit execute? I don't know. Let's just get rid of the hold. Seaview crane. Seaview is 12 miles away. Put it into INS. Hopefully it will fly that arrival like that, and we'll join after our colleague there. And Seaview speed is max 270, so we're fine at 250. It's a max 270 at a minimum of 12,000 feet. Don't want to put any flaps out yet. That would be a thirsty way of flying the arrival.
Skyway 282 from United 322. Can you just confirm, are you landing 25 left, please?
Yes, we're landing 25 left. Sky was tagged in.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
No problem.
We do actually have them on our little TCAS. There's traffic, but that's worryingly close. Let's bring the range in. Okay, they're more than 6 miles away. So that is our friend over here at 11,300 feet. So that would make sense. This is sequencing still to Seaview, but it looks like it's going to keep flying the turnaround. After Seaview, I can descend to 10,000 feet. I'm going to slow down because I know we've got colleagues in front of us. Minimum clean speed. Oh, we didn't set the bugs. Deary me. Landing. Set speed bugs. Okay, minimum clean 236. Let's go back to 236. I do wish there was a way to get this yoke out of the way, because it's quite hard to see this indicator down here. Airplane's working hard for us though, doing a great job. PGDR says, but you didn't click the exec. No, obviously I didn't. No, this is worrying. I don't think this is the best way to fly this airplane. We're going to have to move straight onto crane. Let's try that. It's what it's doing is it's getting close, and then it's just, yeah, it's totally missed it. I think this is what happened earlier. So much. I should have used the INS. We'd have had more luck. Oh dear. Right, let's go to Tarok, give it a fighting chance of actually being able to navigate that. 25 degree bank turn, 250 knots. These are all quite tight in. In fact, let's go to fueler. We're just too tight in. It's just not liking it. There we go, 14 miles. And now it can hopefully intercept this line. We can get out to 10,000 feet now safely. 10,000 feet without sail in VS. Have we got any other altitude restraints? There we go. So crane is 10,000, Tarak is 9,000, fuel is 7,000. 7,000 feet in the window. Something else we should have done is put in the minimums. So we have a really cool rad out on this airplane. It just does a little sort of whirring noise. We don't actually have a 200 rad out. We don't actually have the call outs, but the co-pilot will call them out for us because that's how they would do it on this airplane. Right, we're going to fueler. We're descending 7,000 feet or above. Oh, not that one. There we go. Any traffic in front of us? Yes.
Traffic, United 322, overhead fuel of 7,000 feet, slowing for 240 knots for spacing.
Okay. LA traffic, TWA 74. 7 miles from fueler. We'll slow down now. We'll start configuring. So we need to get flap out. So flaps 1. 10,000 feet.
Flaps 1.
Landing lights coming on. I'm going to put all the lights on. Seatbelt signs are on. Good. Let's go to flap 5. Which we can do up to 250. There. Flaps 5.
Flaps 5.
Flap 5 speed. I should definitely have written these down. 196. Get some speed brakes out. 4 miles from fueler. See, we're actually getting a little bit high on the energy, so I need to keep this airplane coming down. So we're in vertical speed and speed mode, which are good modes to be in. Speed brakes are out. Flaps are coming out now. Now we should be in line with the localizer once we make the right turn. We're basically on an intercept heading. So if I bring the heading round, let's do that to 2-1. Let's keep an eye on our chart.
Level off.
Gate is 5,000 feet. Let's put it to 5,000. Keep the descent going. But what I think we can do now, if I get the heading bug round, 230. There we go, we're on the intercept now. So if I go to 25, which is roughly the heading we're going to be going for. Speed's still good for flap 5. Let's slow down a bit more just to give Dougal a bit more space.
Flaps 10.
Flaps 10. And we'll go to our next bug, which is about 180 knots, because these bugs are set correctly, so bring that to 180. And now if I go to radio, Vorlock, nav, RS. So the glide slope's just above us. As you can see here, localizer, we're bang on, so it's in nav mode. Glide slope mode is armed. I don't actually want it to level off. I want it to capture that glide slope. We're descending faster than the glide slope, so I'm going to shadow it out a bit. Speed brake away. Autothrottle system doing a good job for us. TP3173, thank you so much, TP, for the £20 super chat. Very generous. TP says, I have learned so much from your tutorials, Captain. Thank you so much. You're very welcome. Thank you so much for your super chat. That's very, very generous. Thank you for the support. Really appreciate that. Very, very kind. There's glide slope active. Sorry, it's a very busy moment, but yeah, thank you very much. So on the glide slope, 180 knots, we've got flap 10, so we've got some good drag outs. The next question is the spacing. But let's see what the next checklist is. But yeah, thank you very much, TP3173. Really, really kind. Not much else to do there. I've left the engines in flight start for the whole flight. I don't see why I wouldn't. And looking for... I was hoping we'd get a DME reading, but 199.251. I'm not sure why we're not getting a DME down here. We're only 15 miles out. Altitude alert, but you'll see that the outsail is gone, so it will not level off. It will carry on flying this approach, even though the altitude alert's in. So I will put in the go-in altitude, which is out and left turn to Catley, and we would climb to... Oh, it's only 2,000 feet. Wow, that is a low go-in altitude. I hope we don't have to do that. Dougal's plenty in front of us, but let's slow down a bit more.
Flaps 20.
Flaps 20. There's the DME, 17 miles out. We can do 160, flap 20.
LA traffic, United 322, 5 miles out, 25 left, current speed 170.
LA traffic, TWA 74, 16 miles out for 25 left, reducing to 160. That should be good spacing. You can land aircraft 2.5 miles is all you need, really, and you'll be okay. Thank you again, TB, for the super chat. I really appreciate it. But yeah, 2.5 miles spacing would be adequate. We've got miles here, actually. We're absolutely fine. Look at that. Very pretty. And this scenery is pretty good. It's not Microsoft Flight Simulator, but it's not disastrous. You can feel the strain it's placing on the computer, though. Stefan says, is it possible to send you a repaint to promote it on a short flight? If you've done a... It depends on the livery and whether I can make a good use of it. But if you've done a nice livery, I do try and use them if people send them through. Paddy was our channel sponsor for a long time. Back when... I say sponsor, not officially, but Paddy did a lot of great liveries that we used. Right, 13 miles out, 180 knots. Remember, though, this is America, so I bet that DME is not co-located. It's going to be 2 miles out. So we're actually 11 miles out. We're 11 miles from touchdown. We're 2 miles closer than we thought. Or than it would appear. I don't know why America has this system, but they do. So heading bug set, course bars are set, going altitude set, currently gear down. We'll have lots of replays we can do later because it's all automatic in X-Plane. Next checklist we've already got set up. We've got the auto brake on min. Excellent.
LA traffic, United 322, vacated 25 left.
Oh yeah, look. Wow, Dougal made a good exit as well. Very good exit.
1,000 level off.
CRS is crossing. LA traffic, TWA 74. 8 miles out to land, 25 left. There's 8 miles. Let's start configuring. Gear down. It's arm, no speed brakes. Again, this has a little glitch in it. I don't know why. Ah, there we go. That's a better way to arm it. Hopefully that will work.
Gears down, green light.
Flap 25.
Flaps 25.
Flaps 30.
Traffic, United 322,
Flaps 30.
Double check our approach speed for a flap 30 landing. VREF 136, so 141. Right, landing checklist.
Landing checklist.
Got down 3 greens.
Gear.
Or 1 green, actually.
Down and check.
Does the engineer get more
Down
green
and
lights?
check. Flaps.
Yes.
Flaps 30.
Flaps 30. Spoilers.
Hold on.
Oh, they are armed. I promised.
Armed.
There we go.
Ignition.
Flight start.
Anti-skid.
Check.
Altimeters.
bit late for the altimeters.
017, set and cross checked. Landing checklist completed.
Landing check's complete. Here we go then. Now there'll be lots of views to enjoy from the outside of this lovely airplane. It's like I say, replay, it's built in. Notice the gear tilt, how that tilt mechanism is actually pushing the gear into this position, ready for landing. Very distinctive feature of the 7.4. It doesn't do it so aggressively on the 777. It doesn't do it at all on most of the 7.8s. Yeah, we're getting some cruel FPS now. 24 we're down to. There's a lot of buildings out there. Right, so first of all, auto throttle. Let's get that out. 1.07 EPR. So I just want to keep it about the same. Don't want to get slow. So just keep it exactly where it was. Keeping our speed bar. Got a little bit of margin. And now it's time for the autopilot to come out. Airplane should be in trim. Autopilot off. 2 whites, 2 reds. It's a Boeing, so we fly both manually together. Three whites, gentle descent, a little bit of power off, not too much, 2 whites, 2 reds, power back to where it was. And you'll hear that slight whir as we come over the threshold.
Approaching minimums. Minimums.
Oh, it does it for the minimums, I see. So we're waiting for the FO to call out our rad out.
$50, $40,
Idle.
$30, $20, $10.
There's touchdown.
Check reverse.
Get the reverse out. Let the auto brake take the strain. Let the nose come down. And that's 90 knots. I've got idle reverse. Let's take this exit here. Wow, it is sensitive to the wind, this airplane. I suppose it has a big side to it, so it makes sense it would. There we go. Welcome to Los Angeles. Let's get that ground speed below 30. There it is. How awesome is that? It's such a fantastic add-on. If you have X-Plane 12, you've got to fly this in it. It's so great. It feels absolutely amazing. Now this is where you have to concentrate. Let's just clear the runway. We have an escape over there, so I'm going to just call out. LA traffic, TWA 74, 25 left vacated, crossing 25 right. So keep things nice and slow. Keep the strobe lights on. And now this is where it gets hard, right? You've got to think, where's the main gear of the airplane? What did the taxiway look like as we got to it? Because all you've got is this view. There's no cameras or anything. And if we look outside, you'll see there that it's working out okay. But it's not very intuitive at times. It can be quite a challenge. Anyway, clear on the runway. Strobe lights on. I just can't get over how high up you are as you taxi in this thing. Oh, there's a Speedbird. Is that going to head off all the way back to London? I love that sim. I love what people do on that sim. It's absolutely brilliant. Yeah, thank you all for coming along. If you are leaving now, do please leave a like. It makes a huge difference to the channel. But yeah. Sorry about the descent and arrival. It got totally wrapped up in the... I felt like we had hours to go still. Shows you the situational awareness given to us by the computer screens, the top of descent markers, you know, these subtle cues that were missing meant that I got wrapped up streaming and we didn't get our descent in. But we got there in the end. Look at that. It just looks so great. Default airports in X-Plane are leaps ahead of Microsoft. Now, do we have a stand? Let's go next to this. British Airways. We'll go on this stand here, I think. So I think we can do the after landing flow for once because we have proper replay system built in. So I would disarm the speed brakes. We would get rid of the lights. We'll turn them all off as we're coming onto stand. Get rid of the strobe light. We don't need the anti-ice. Bringing the flaps in.
Flaps up.
And starting the APU. That's on the way. So on the ice, done the lights, radar we didn't need to use, weather was lovely. Auto brakes off, flaps up, and the transponder, we can put that now to transponder. Oh, it's fun to do the after landing flow. We never normally get to do that thanks to Microsoft Flight Simulator's complete lack of replay. Look how slow the flaps are to travel in. Can you taxi on 2 engines? I don't know. When this airplane was around, that sort of procedure wouldn't have been used because they weren't so worried about fuel conservation back then. If it was around these days, I don't know. I would have thought it probably could. But this isn't the most overpowered airplane in the world. This is a 200. I've wrote down loads of facts to talk about as well. I didn't even get a chance to do that. Amazing. There were 393 of these built. Oh, why is our door opened? So I must have pressed the shortcut there by accident. That is a problem in X-Plane. Oh dear. Well, don't look at the door. Why has that happened? Must have been doing one of the views. But yeah, so 393 of these built. This is the 200, which was a more powerful variant of the 100, so it could carry more fuel, and it was better for long haul. The 747-100 was not so good for long haul. It was more of a sort of a mass mover of people on shorter routes. This one could go the distance with the legs and the fuel. That's not a good exit either. How do I... Ah, there we go. There is a click spot for it. I didn't know that. Now, having said that, we've just missed our stands. I don't think it'll be possible to do this from here. Oh, it might be. We might have enough room here. Thank you so much, Ruti2. That landing worth a coffee or two. Thanks, Ruti. Really appreciate it. Bit of a float. Definitely flared high. If you sit high in the flight deck, it's really easy to get the flare point wrong. And that's I had that sensation there because we're so high up that it was definitely a bit high. What I quite like having is this minimums noise where it goes woo as you get near minimums. I like having that set to 0, the rad out to 0, because then you get that noise just as you enter the flare, and you can use it to judge whether you're still descending in the flare. But again, the real technique would not be to be that fussy about it. You should just get the airplane on the ground using the right technique. But the problem is I'm on a stream. Did it show you the landing rate? I don't think it would have showed you a landing rate because it's not connected to the simulator. As you've seen, my overlay has not worked at all today because I could not find XPU IPC at all anywhere available for download. So that's something I need to solve. Thanks, Google, for flying along. Ed, good to see you as well. Ed says, lovely to see you back in X-Plane for a change, just like the good old days. Yeah, exactly. I've had a great time revisiting it. And again, like I say, super impressed with it and these aircraft. By the way, size comparison, that's a 777-200 over there. This is a 747-200. You'll see that the 777 is surprisingly big. Wow, it's still struggling to move itself on the ground. So there you go. If we get the camera this side, we can get a better sense. Oh, we can't quite see it. Yeah, they're surprisingly comparable. I think the 747's fuselage is slightly chunkier. Anyway, let's go on to the APU power. Tidy on APU power. Parking brake is set. Shutting down. I haven't done this for a while. We're here. Fuel pumps can go off. We never got below that number, did we? The 1.5 tons in those tanks anyway. The hydraulics can go off. I'm going to regret this in a second when I try and do the replay. And once the engines are spooled down, which they have, you would turn your beacon off. Good. Right, thank you to VATSIM. It was great fun, even though we didn't get a controller in the end. But there we go. That's not something we can predict too well. Probably should have done it in Europe if we wanted the controller. What we're going to do now is jump into the replay. So here is the fun. So I think it will even do the flaps. But I'm not sure. Yes, it does. Absolutely brilliant. Although it looks like they're travelling slowly, so I might regret this. Let's just have a look in the cockpit. Are they travelling here? They're trying to. Okay, lesson for next time. The flaps don't necessarily travel out properly. So there we go in the flare. Far too high. Trickling along. Holding it off. And then it just settles down nicely. It's just a lovely airplane to land this. It's really, really enjoyable. Again, highly, highly recommend it. Let's do that once more. Nice stable approach. I was pretty happy with everything else about it. You can just see, look, shallowing off there too early. It didn't need it. And then it got into ground effect here and just sat there. And just sat there. And I'm still flaring, still raising the nose slightly. And then those lovely tilted gear soak up the touchdown. So you get one touchdown on the main gear there, and then second one as the spoilers come up. I love that. So you get touchdown, and then sits there, and then spoilers, and then down it goes, and then compresses on the gear. And notice, as the reversers deploy, these inboard Kruger flaps, as you call it, I think. You don't see these anymore, but they retract in to prevent damage. Sorry, you probably can't hear me. What a machine. Right, let's put it back and we'll play the music. If I do I have the music ready? I'm not sure. We'll find out. Right, there we go. So thank you all so much for coming along today. Thank you for those super chats. Really appreciate it. Thank you to the moderators for looking after us as well. It's been great to have so many of you here. It's been really fun to revisit X-Plane and the old days of the channel. So thank you all so much for coming along. It's been great fun to chat, and yeah, it's always a pleasure. There'll be more videos and guides on the channel. I'm going to work on some new airplanes when I get the chance, but we'll also live stream when we can. It's great fun. I absolutely love it. So thank you so much for coming along today. We'll see you again in another video or live stream soon. Thank you so much for watching. Let me just see if I can. Do I have an ending ready to go? I can give you. Okay, I've got the music without the video. Stand by. Stand by. Hey, there we go. Okay, outro rock. Enjoy. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you for asking questions. Thank you for chatting. Thank you for just watching along. And thank you to the moderators looking after us. Thank you, of course, for the very generous super chats. I'll leave you now with the classic outro. See you next time. Have a good Sunday. Bye-bye.